Chapter 751, Baiting. Before Ling Lan could open her mouth, Meng Shan replied lazily, "I'm not going back." "Don't you think this place is very exciting?" He pointed at Li Lan, who was answering the question given by his juniors patiently. "I will ask him some things later." "Brother Xian, are you not interested in Li Lan?" Ling Lan shook her head immediately. "I want to get into the Mecha Designing Academy." Her path was different from Li Lan's path. Why would she be interested in him? "In that case, you should go back alone, our dear future mecha designer." Meng Shan knocked on Ling Lan's forehead lightly. After living together for half a month, they knew what Ling Lan's dream was. Suddenly, the three of them tensed up. However, very quickly, they relaxed. They looked around curiously. Just now, they felt two killing intents concentrating on them. But it lasted only for a second. Were they discovered? Only Ling Lan looked as though she didn't sense anything. She pulled Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong, who were puzzled, before bidding farewell to Meng Shan. Then, she left the high-class cafeteria. "Interesting. Li Lan, who did you come back for?" "The only person who stayed back," Meng Shan smiled and placed his hand on his chin. He looked at Li Lan as he muttered to himself. On the way back, Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong said their goodbyes to Ling Lan. Ling Lan hugged Little White while returning to her room. "Little Four, where are they?" If she was right, the destination of these people was the forest area. It used to be the territory of the upper graders, but now, it was forbidden ground. This was an obvious target. Even if the other party knew that it was a trap, they had to take the risk. If not, they would not be able to feel at ease. Little Four immediately showed her the location of these two people in her mindscape. Ling Lan saw them walking to the training ground. Ling Han entered a secret room with an instructor, and Gu Zhengerong sneaked into the ladies' dormitory. It seemed like he was really going to meet his girlfriend. After some time, a gentle-looking instructor walked out of the training ground, and at the ladies' dormitory, a cold and arrogant lady with long hair walked out. After strolling around for a while, they sneaked into the forest. Their appearance and aura were entirely different, but Ling Lan could still tell from their behavioral habits that they were Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong. Looks like they used all kinds of methods to disguise themselves. Ling Lan touched her chin. It seems like she was not the only one who could act, as her roommates were on par with her. "Boss, one of them must be from the Flying Dragon Special Forces," Little Four said excitedly. "Maybe not." Ling Lan didn't agree with him. "Why not?" Little Four asked curiously. "Look at what other three people are doing and you will know." Ling Lan didn't believe that Su Pei, Zhao Yiqiu, and Meng Shan would let go of this opportunity. As expected, Little Four told her that these three people left the high-class canteen one after another. The only difference was, Su Pei and Zhao Yiqiu left voluntarily. Meng Shan seemed to have noticed their weird actions and followed them out of curiosity. They were not the only ones who were walking to the forest. All kinds of people in disguises were on the way there. No one wanted to let go of this opportunity, so all of them acted together. "What a perfect baiting plan," Ling Lan said. "Boss, do you think that the other party did this on purpose?" Little Four asked nervously. "If that was the case, do they still have to visit the forest?" "Yes, the other party wanted to use this opportunity to remove all the spies in the school." Ling Lan analyzed the situation calmly. "This is bad. Don't they know that it is a trap?" Little Four couldn't help but worry for Ling Han, Gu Zhengerong, and Meng Shan. After interacting with them for half a month, he couldn't treat them like strangers anymore. They probably know it, but they still have to go. Ling Lan took out her toolkit under her bed. There were many tools and metal objects inside. It looked messy, but the parts inside could be assembled into a long-range beam gun, which was newly invented by Chang Xinyuan. Once it is dismantled and is mixed with other metal objects, no one would be able to discern it. Ling Lan moved quickly. Soon, her hands couldn't even be seen. Her hand speed reached its fastest speed where the naked eyes couldn't follow it. Soon, a beam gun appeared in her hands. She took off her scout uniform and wore a normal black windbreaker. In the next second, she disappeared from her room. Just like what Ling Lan said, even though she knew that this was a trap, she still needed to take the risk. It had been 5 years since the forest turned into a forbidden ground. Without the tampering of the cadets, the forest became a playground for the wild animals. This was their home now. Yet, today, this quiet forest was barraged with a bunch of uninvited guests. Many birds saw them and started chirping, alerting the residents of the forest of their presence. Ling Han entered the forest carefully as the forest was filled with ferocious beasts. For a forest that's within a Scout Academy's compound, this was weird. There must be something amiss with the academy. After walking for a distance, Ling Han took out a simple map from his clothes. It was drawn by the people who came before him. A few underground bases were drawn on the map. His current mission was to investigate these suspicious locations. At another corner of the dense forest, Su Pei took out a map too. He compared it with his surroundings. Is this the place? Zhao Yiqiu had a map in his hands as well. He glanced around him and smiled faintly. Then, he walked towards one of the targets. Meng Sharon stealthily followed behind Su Pei. He stood on a branch and watched as Su Pei took out a map. He seemed to be looking for something. Meng Sharon was confused. He didn't understand why Su Pei had such a map. Su Pei found his destination and started to walk towards it. Meng Sharon hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow him. He has something I don't even have. Interesting. Meng Sharon always did things based on his interest. Just like now, Ling Han cautiously walked deeper into the forest. He took out his map again to ascertain his position. Suddenly, he leaped up and rolled towards a tree. Grass and dirt flew up at the spot he was standing at just now. Ling Han could feel the cold sweat on his forehead. He sensed that a sniper rifle was aiming at him just now. Luckily, the other party used a not-so-powerful ejection gun as it didn't create too much noise. If he had used a beam gun, this thick tree might have not been able to block the attack. I didn't expect the enemy's defenses to be so strong. The moment I got near them, I got discovered. Ling Han knew that this sniper was a powerful person. He could only feel his killing intent in the instant he fired that shot. Since the enemies put in much effort to stop me, I hope that everyone else would have a smoother journey. Ling Han frowned. He hated fighting with snipers as it was a troublesome task. Fortunately, there was only one sniper, so he was still able to handle it. Ling Han calmed down and started sensing his surroundings. He confirmed that there was only one enemy. The sniper afar stared coldly at the tree. He didn't even blink. He was confident that as long as the person peeked out for even a second, he could shoot him accurately. This was the confidence of an outstanding sniper. There, the sniper saw his opponent rushing out from behind the tree at a fast speed. He then pulled down the trigger. The bullet seemed to have hit his opponent. However, it just phased through the target and landed on the ground without any blood stain. This is bad. The sniper knew that he made a wrong prediction. However, he didn't get agitated. Instead, he aimed his sniper rifle in the other direction and held down the trigger, waiting for his opponent to show an opening. Too late. A cold voice appeared behind him. In the next moment, he felt a sting in his neck. Then, he became unconscious. Ling Han gently put down the sniper's body. The force of presence on him was no longer that of the peak of refinement. Instead, it was the peak of Qi Jin. This was the reason why the sniper made the wrong decision and lost the battle in the end. While he was closing the eyes of the sniper, Ling Han felt something targeting him. His expression changed. He immediately disappeared from the spot and tried his best to escape from the danger. The sniper was just a bait. His body had a device that could sense whether he was alive or not. Once they were pronounced dead, a formidable character would rush to their position and kill the intruder. Ling Han ran quickly. Suddenly, he slowed down and then stopped. He looked at a certain direction with vigilance. Not bad. A middle-aged man walked out from behind a tree. He smiled at Ling Han. Thank you. Ling Han replied coldly. However, he looked at the other party intently, not missing any movements he made. Our boss likes people who are talented. Are you interested in joining us? The man asked amiably. He seemed to really like Ling Han. There was no sense of danger coming from him. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. They took such a long time to plan this trap. Hence, Ling Han didn't believe that they did it just for fun. There must be some huge scheme behind it. There was a high possibility that they wanted to harm Planet Azure as well as the entire Federation. If that was the case, how could he join them? Chapter 752, Materials. Then, that's too bad. The man's expression showed a hint of sympathy. It was as though he was unwilling to end the career of this genius. Ling Han, bam. Right as the man finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Ling Han. He used a strong punch and went straight for Ling Han's abdomen. Ling Han knew the instant he refused, his opponent would attack him. Thus, he had already prepared himself. Even before seeing that extremely fast punch from his opponent, he had blocked his abdomen with both of his hands. He managed to stop the brutal punch. The force of the punch made Ling Han slide a few meters backwards, creating two large skid marks on the ground with his feet as the anchors to the ground. Focus, reaction speed and timing aren't bad. You really do have immense potential. The man spoke words of approval, yet his fists still mercilessly attacked Ling Han. Ling Han calmly fought against the man, retreating as he fought. His opponent showed the capabilities of an individual at Qijin stage of optimal peak grade perfection, greater than Ling Han by one stage. This was why he was being pressured by his opponent. However, even though he was at a disadvantage, Ling Han was determined to not lose. He endured the pressure and didn't show any fatal openings. You are not 16 years old. Which faction sent you here? Is it one of the family's factions in this sector, or perhaps the Federation's military? Even genius cadets at this age wouldn't behave as calm as this person when faced with such great pressure. Ling Han was definitely a very experienced fighter, facing spies from different factions. They had already gotten used to it. The sudden rise in ranks of Planet Azure's Central Scout Academy affected the interests of many elite families in the sector. Their enemies definitely didn't want them to continue to benefit off them like parasites. As for the Federation, they had meddled with everything continuously for the past years. It was just that it was difficult to break through the Federation's probing methods. Faced with the opponent's questioning, Ling Han didn't make a sound. He glared at his opponent coldly and raised his guard up to defend against any sudden attacks by him. Ling Han also knew that it would be difficult for him to run away. His opponent clearly still had more up his sleeves in case he did something unexpected, or perhaps his opponent wanted to get more information out of him. These could be the reason why his opponent hadn't killed him yet. Seeing Ling Han not giving up any information, the man gave up on trying to coerce information out of him. He smiled helplessly and started to attack again. This time, however, were not the same as they were before, when he still held back. Now, each hit was targeted towards a possible opening, making each hit dangerous and a possible killing blow. Just like that, Ling Han, who was still able to somewhat defend against the attacks, no longer could stand on equal ground. Bam! After just 7 or 8 rounds of exchanges, Ling Han was hit and was sent flying. In the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The man got one hit in, and wasn't about to stop. He moved in closer and sent his fist straight towards Ling Han's head. Just from visible shockwaves behind this punch, it was possible that Ling Han's head would be smashed to pieces if he does not dodge the punch. Right when Ling Han was about to die at the hands of his opponent, a silver flash suddenly flew past his eyes, and the target was the man. If the man was to continue his attack at Ling Han, he would definitely be hit by the silver light. With a hidden weapon that had just suddenly appeared and was coming towards him at breakneck speed, the man decisively chose to give up on killing Ling Han. He opened his fist instantly and caught the silver light in his hands. It was a silver needle. Ling Han barely managed to slip away from death. After he landed on the ground, he stumbled back 4 or 5 steps. His forehead was brimming with cold sweat. It seemed that he was quite afraid of the fact that he almost died at the hands of the opponent. "Who's there?" The man's sharp glare looked towards the direction of the silver needle as he shouted angrily. He realized that there was actually someone else other than them. Unfortunately, the only answer he got was the sound of leaves and branches whistling in the wind. The man narrowed his eyes and went silent for a moment. Then, He suddenly screamed and shot towards the direction like a cannonball. He clenched his fist and ruthlessly struck on large tree within that direction. Come out. Bam. The large tree exploded. The force that was created instantly bisected the large tree in half. Within the cloud of wood chips and dust, a silhouette jumped out. The direction he jumped towards was where Ling Han was standing. Quick, run. A strong hand pulled on Ling Han. Ling Han reacted quickly as he endured the extreme pain in his chest and followed the other person. You're not getting away that easily. The man laughed coldly and instantly caught up to them. In a few seconds, he had already gotten behind Ling Han and the other person, and then he sent an attack towards them. Right as the fist was about to hit Ling Han, the other person turned around instantly, crossed his arms and defended the strong fist attack of the man. Bam! The two forces resisted each other. The large force that was created caused Ling Han to lose control of his body and was instantly blown away. Run! The person who came to help him was a stranger who wore a scout uniform. It seems that he was probably a member of the scouts. It was just that something about that scout uniform made Ling Han feel odd. After the stranger said that, he began to fight with the man. The stranger's capabilities was capable of fending the man for a few rounds even with his physical skills just being at peak stage Qijin. However, he wouldn't be able to fend him for too long as the man's physical skills was a stage higher than him. Ling Han bit his lip, and chose to not run away. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly and went to fight alongside the stranger. The teachings he had received from his childhood and his own dignity wouldn't let him run away and abandon his companions. The stranger, who was starting to lose his ground, started to be able to take a breather and endured the attacks of the man, with the help of Ling Han. Bam, bam, bam. The two of them cooperated and blocked many hits from the man. When the two of them were sent flying backwards by the man also stopped attacking with an annoyed expression on his face. The man discovered that with the two of them fighting together, it was now difficult for him to beat them. It was possible that a slight mistake from him would give them a chance to escape. Since he took this assassination mission, he would lose his reputation if he was to let his prey get away. This was something he could not allow to happen. The man seemed to be rash and conceited, but in reality, he was very cautious. It should be known that most Qijin experts who have lived up until now needed to be able to think with their brains. On the other side, the person who saved Ling Han's life asked softly, "I told you to run, why didn't you?" Ling Han replied coldly, "I haven't reached the point in my life of being shameless enough to abandon my savior and run for my own life." The stranger smiled slightly. "Although I think your choice was stupid, I still admire it." As expected, he didn't save the wrong person. Ling Han snorted coldly and didn't answer. His focus was on the man in front of him. The sudden cooperation of the two of them made the opponent unable to take them out temporarily. However, this didn't mean that the two of them could actually fight against the man on equal grounds. Two peak stage Qijin users was not necessarily good enough opponents for a person at the level of Qijin of optimal peak grade perfection. The battle that would ensue was going to be their actual test of skill. Be careful. The stranger seemed to also have this realization and softly warned Ling Han. This made Ling Han become less worried. If the two of them both had this realization, then they had somewhat of a chance. Bang! Right as Ling Han was thinking of ways of how he and his savior could be able to get away safely, their opponent attacked them fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Intense sounds of punches and kicks striking against one another instantly echoed through the silent forest. At that moment, Su Pei and Zhao Yuqiu also had people who were hot on their trail. They were panicking as they ran. The direction the two of them ran towards the same trajectory. Not long after, they two of them actually met up. "You!" The two of them screamed and at the time shouted, "Move!" After rooming and training together for half a month, the two of them behaved with unexpected tact. They held each other's arms and kicked upwards onto the ground at the same time. They were sent flying upwards by each other's kicks in unplanned unison and flew up into midair. It was also this jump that made both of them dodge their opponent's ruthless attack. Bam, bam. The fists of their opponents struck the ground they were standing on and instantly sent dust and leaves flying into the air. The two of them were sent tumbling to the side by the chi-jin of these two fists. After they landed, they were still mentally and physically gathering themselves. The graduation test their master had prepared for them was actually this dangerous. They couldn't help but think whether their most respected master, who trained them for 4 years, was lying to them all this time. Seeing the way you two move, it seems that the two of you are students who came for your test. After knowing the situation of these two people, the killing intent from the beginning became a smile. The people who attacked them were two 40 to 50-year-old middle-aged men. One was slim and the other was chubby. It was an amusing sight when they stood beside each other. However, to Supei and Zhao Yiqiu, it wasn't funny at all. They were still at the beginning stages of Qi-Jin, while their opponents gave them a feeling of limitless power. It was as though with one move, their opponents could easily squash them to the ground. Unfortunately, you guys haven't reached our standards yet. The skinny man showed a slight hint of dissatisfaction in his expression. 5 years of extensive training and nurturing only to yield such results. If that was the case, how could they get into the Flying Dragon Special Forces, who only took in monstrous individuals? Only when they gain control of the Flying Dragon Special Forces would they be able to take control of the future of the Huaxia Federation. Their organization's goal wasn't only to just have some control within the military. You shouldn't demand too much from them. If these people were acknowledged by the higher-ups to let them participate in this test, then that means they have the potential to become stronger. The chubby one smiled like a Buddha. He looked like he had good intentions, but Supei and Zhao Yiqiu could see the hidden and vile intentions behind the man's smile. From the ruthless attacks at the beginning, the two of them already knew that their respected master, their so-called legendary faction, wasn't so nice. Chapter 753, Snipe. Should we send them? The skinny man frowned. Although people like them would send higher authorities new materials every year, not all of them could succeed. Until now, there was only one successful case. Those that failed took up much of the organization's wealth and manpower. If he was not satisfied with the performance of the material, he didn't want to let them join. The two people in front of him didn't meet his standards. You are thinking about it too much. We are just in charge of sending materials in. As for whether they will become a success or a failure, that is the job of those lunatics. The chubby man continued smiling. However, the words he said did not fit his image at all. He even looked at Supei and Zhao Yiqiu coldly with an icy gaze while still having that smile on his face. It was like they were looking at a poisonous snake. Supei and Zhao Yiqiu were outstanding talents in their families, with them being able to reach the peak stage of Qi-Jin at 16 years old. They, of course, were not stupid. When they heard what the other party was openly saying, they knew that nothing good was going to happen to them in the near future. They exchanged glances with each other, and without even saying anything, they simultaneously escaped in separate directions. They hoped that their opponents would hesitate for a moment. This short gap in time might not allow them to escape safely. The moment Supei and Zhao Yiqiu ran off, the chubby and skinny man gave a sarcastic look before each of them choosing a target and chasing after their own targets. The surprise escape allowed them to distance themselves from their pursuers, but this distance was getting shorter and shorter. It could be said that the two men purposely allow them to have the chance to run away. They wanted to see how these two young men would react when hopelessness engulfed them. Supei and Zhao Yiqiu were frightened, but they were calm and collected. Thus, they immediately understood their opponent's intentions. Supei made a decision and Zhao Yiqiu showed a wild look in his eyes. The two of them immediately stopped in their tracks and charged at their opponent. Since they couldn't escape, they might as well fight to their deaths. Haha, not bad. Courageous. I like it. The firm look on the two young men's faces made their pursuers excited. They were not satisfied with their capabilities, but their temperament might allow them to survive the secret arts and become a successful experiment. The chubby and skinny men were prepared to take their attacks. Unexpectedly, their attacks were a feint, and as of this result, Su Pei and Zhao Yuqiu flew past them safely. This was out of their expectations. Su Pei and Zhao Yuqiu had succeeded in buying them more time. The two men got slightly furious. They stopped holding back their speed and they instantly appeared behind Zhao Yuqiu and Su Pei. However, Su Pei and Zhao Yuqiu already managed to group together. Zhao Yuqiu pulled Su Pei behind him. His face turned red. He opened his mouth wide and roared loudly. The loud roar echoed through the entire forest. Domain. The chubby man reacted quickly. He immediately released his domain realm power to forcefully contain the sound within the barrier he created. The skinny man's expression changed. That is the Conqueror Wave from the Zhao family. Zhao Yuqiu realized that his family's Conqueror Wave was not able to break through his opponent's technique. He now knew his opponent was not at any stage of Qi Jin. No one on the same stage as him should be able to contain his Conqueror Wave. It meant that his opponent couldn't contain it even if he was at the optimal peak grade perfection of Qi Jin. Su Pei, you only have 10 seconds. Zhao Yuqiu's eyes were turning red. His handsome face started becoming hideous. Zhao Yuqiu. Emotions started appearing in Su Pei's eyes, which was unexpected as he always seemed nonchalant about everything. Remember the 1,000-years-long alliance between the Su family and the Zhao family. Hurry up and leave. Zhao Yuqiu pushed Su Pei forcefully. Su Pei made use of this force and moved at the speed of light towards the edge of the forest. Zhao Yuqiu, if we both manage to live, you will be my most important friend. You will be my only confidant too. I will take care of the young man from the Zhao family. You can go and chase after the other one. The skinny man knew that the chubby man used up too much energy to contain the Conqueror Wave, so he volunteered to take care of this troublesome fellow in front of them. The Zhao family, based on their ability and their bloodline, they should be able to become a second-rate elite family. Unfortunately, just like the Z family, they had too little people in their family. Thus, they were only able to become a wealthy family on a third-rate planet. However, it was wrong to think that they were just a low-class family. They didn't have many family members, but everyone in the Zhao family was a human beast. It was said that this ability inherited from their ancestors. Once they released the power of their bloodline, they would become a ferocious and strong beast. Of course, this was just a rumor among the upper echelons. No one had really seen the members of the Zhao family transforming before. The skinny man knew of this trait, so he knew that the weak-looking Zhao Yuqiu was not easy to deal with. The chubby man moved. Zhao Yuqiu wanted to stop him. He was prepared to use his life to exchange for 10 seconds of time for Su Pei to escape. Your opponent is me. The skinny man moved and blocked Zhao Yuqiu. However, at that moment, Zhao Yuqiu's face turned hideous. It seemed as though his entire face was splitting apart. He opened his mouth larger than normal. He roared, "Damn it!" The chubby man had no choice but to stop. He released his domain and stopped the Conqueror Wave from hitting him again. Because of this, Su Pei got closer to the edge of the forest. Don't care about him, leave him to me. The skinny man stopped holding back. He took over the chubby man's position and released his domain. He sealed Zhao Yuqiu within his domain. A few shiny metal wires appeared on the ground. These metal wires slithered up Zhao Yuqiu's body and bonded him up like a dumpling. The metal wires coiled around his body, turning into metal rings, which restricted Zhao Yuqiu. The element of the skinny man was metal. Okay. The chubby man saw that the skinny man had subdued Zhao Yuqiu, so he disappeared to chase after Su Pei. Zhao Yuqiu tried his best to escape from the metal rings. However, the strength of a domain realm master was too powerful. Even if he aroused the power of his bloodline, which allowed him to get near the optimal peak grade perfection of Qi Jin, he would still be unable to break free. Zhao Yuqiu never expected the skinny man to be a domain realm master too. That was why he could only stop the chubby man for a mere 3 seconds, much shorter than the 10 seconds he predicted. The only good thing was, Zhao Yuqiu thought that he would be dead by now. Yet, he was still alive and could continue fighting with the skinny man. Meng Sharon saw Su Pei and Zhao Yuqiu splitting up. He was indecisive. Which one should he help? Based on his ability, he could only fight with one of the two domain realm masters. If the two of them attacked him together, he would surely die. It meant that he must give up one person in exchange for the life of another. I'm curious about the Zhao family, but I'm more curious about the Su family. Meng Shan made a decision. He moved and followed behind the chubby man. Compared to Zhao Yuqiu, Su Pei was calmer and more decisive. In the face of a life-or-death situation, he wouldn't show any emotions in his eyes. Even when Zhao Yuqiu decided to sacrifice himself to save him, he still made the right decision. Even though he was touched, he has potential. Meng Shan had a good impression of Su Pei. Zhao Yuqiu sounded like a beast roaring. His body started to turn into a beast. This meant that the power of his bloodline was fully released. As the power of his bloodline was released, the metal ring that the skinny man created started to crack. Troublesome. The skinny man frowned. He stomped his feet and his force of presence started exuding out. The metal ring on Zhao Yuqiu's body lit up, and the cracks disappeared. There were not many metal elements found in the forest. This was why the skinny man couldn't make a metal coffin to encase him. The skinny man didn't expect the young man's bloodline to be so strong. It pushed him further than the optimal peak of Qi Jin. It almost broke his metal ring. When he saw that Zhao Yuqiu had no more energy to resist, he walked up and wanted to take Zhao Yuqiu back to his secret base. Just as he was about to grab Zhao Yuqiu, he felt a killing intent targeting him. He moved to the side instinctively. Boom! Blood spurted out of his right shoulder. The skinny man shuddered and moved a few meters back. He hid behind a thick tree trunk. He looked at the direction where the shot came from. He hadn't recovered from the shock. The person who shot him was an exceptional sniper, as he used a normal bullet to hurt him. The man looked at his wound. A bullet slowly floated out of it. At his stage, bullets shot into his body could be forced out using his hidden energy. The bullet dropped to the ground silently. The skinny man waved his hand and the bullet landed on his palm. He looked at it. It was a familiar model. This bullet should be from the sniper rifle their own sniper used. Seems like the other party killed the sniper attacking him and took his gun. I never expected such a powerful sniper to exist in the world. He could hide from the senses of a domain realm master. The skinny man gave a malicious look. As long as he found where the person was, there was nothing his opponent could do. So what if he was a powerful sniper? In front of a domain realm master, he was nothing. Chapter 754, Who Killed Him? The skinny man didn't think that the sniper was that much of a threat to him. However, he still respected the sniper's ability to retract his presence and killing intent. A domain realm master like him was not able to detect him at all. The struggling Zhao Yuqiu realized that there was a change in the situation, and it was slowly favoring his situation, so he calmed down instantly to heighten his awareness. He slowly congregated his energy. If the rings restricting him showed any signs of loosening up, he would try to break through it again. The forest regained its peaceful state. Only Zhao Yuqiu's haggard panting could be heard within the tense atmosphere. The skinny man knew that a top-tier sniper like his opponent would be very patient. It might take a long time before his opponent reveals a weakness, but he couldn't be as patient as his opponent. If the chubby man knew that he was forced behind a tree by a sniper, he would be teased to the ends of his time. Hence, he decided to attack proactively. The skinny man made this bold decision because he was confident that with his domain realm defense capability, normal ejection guns would not be able to harm him. The skinny man walked out from behind the tree. He looked like he was walking casually, but he was already searching for his opponent using his domain. If any bullets got near him, they would be stopped by his domain. He focused all his attention in the direction where he predicted the sniper was, so the rings restricting Zhao Yuqiu started to loosen up. Zhao Yuqiu had been waiting for this chance. The moment he felt the rings getting looser, he explosively released his energy to break free from the metal rings. Clang, clang, clang. The metal rings broke. Zhao Yuqiu executed his plan the moment the opportunity came, so he managed to succeed in breaking free from the rings. The skinny man got a shock. He turned around and looked at Zhao Yuqiu. Just as he wanted to form new metal rings to restrict Zhao Yuqiu again, a killing intent slowly got near him. Bang! The sniper who was hiding finally found an opportunity and shot his second bullet. When the bullet was around half a meter away from the skinny man's head, it suddenly bounced off in midair. The skinny man gave a malicious look. "I finally caught you." The skinny man moved and disappeared from Zhao Yuqiu's vision. Zhao Yuqiu instantly realized that he fell under a scheme by the skinny man. He was trying to get the sniper's position. He got a shock. He was worried about the sniper who helped him, so he immediately shouted, "Be careful." The skinny man had already calculated the sniper's position. He saw a shadow lying on a tree branch. It was not moving at all. If he didn't actually see that there was someone there, he would miss the sniper again. The skinny man smiled coldly. He attacked the sniper without mercy. When his palm touched the back of his opponent, the body instantly turned into a ball of meat. Something is wrong. The feeling he received from touching the body told him that the person he attacked was already dead. He stopped and took a look at the physical characteristics of the body. He was one of the snipers they had stationed in the forest. The sniper who hurt him was nowhere in sight. "This is impossible. How can someone escape without a trace under my eyes?" The skinny man was dumbfounded. Before he could understand what had happened, he felt a stinging pain on his back. He lost control of his body and fell down from the tree branch. In midair, the skinny man used the last of his strength to turn his body around so that he could face the night sky. He saw a man dressed in black standing at his position a while ago, and there was a beam gun in his hand. He couldn't see the sniper's face, but he could feel the coldness within the sniper's eyes. It was so cold that he could feel a chill in his bones. He saw his opponent raising a gun. A colorful beam appeared from the nozzle and engulfed him. He was using a beam gun, not an ejection gun. The skinny man thought about this when he breathed his final breath. After Zhao Yuqiu shouted, he realized that this was his best chance to escape. However, after he ran for a few meters, he gritted his teeth and changed his direction. He started to sneak towards the direction where the skinny man went. It couldn't be helped. The people from the Zhao family would never abandon their life savior. Zhao Yuqiu knew that if he really did escape, he would never be able to achieve a higher realm anymore, as this experience would haunt him for life. It could be said that the people from the Zhao family were born with this character trait. This caused most of them to die before they turned into adults. This was why the Zhao family had so few members. However, it was not easy for a member of the Zhao family to let themselves be indebted to a person. They knew the flaw of their character, so they rarely accepted the help of someone, especially those that required the sacrifice of a life. Zhao Yuqiu carefully walked for a distance. There was no sound around him and there was no trace of the skinny man. He was worried about his life savior, but he wouldn't recklessly charge forward. Suddenly, his nose grew larger and he started to sniff around. The smell of blood and another weird smell. The Conqueror Wave was not Zhao family's only ability. Of course, when compared to the Conqueror Wave, their other abilities seemed very negligible. Zhao Yuqiu was agitated when he smelled blood. Is his life savior killed? If that was the case, why didn't the skinny man come back and catch him? Zhao Yuqiu slowly moved towards the smell of blood. He was curious and hopeful at the same time. The smell of blood got stronger. When Zhao Yuqiu reached a thick tree trunk, the smell of blood got extremely strong. He didn't even need his special ability to smell it. He knew that he had reached his destination. He leaned close to the tree and slowly inched his head out. Something dripped on his face. Zhao Yuqiu wiped it away. He realized what it was and looked up. On a branch more than 10 meters away, 2 arms could be seen just hanging down. Fresh blood was dripping down the arms. The droplet that dripped on him just now was blood. Is that his life savior? Zhao Yuqiu flew up and landed on the branch. He saw a body wearing the same uniform as the skinny man. There was a huge hole at the back of his body. He had already died for quite a while now. If not, with the hole at his back, there would be more blood gushing out. Zhao Yuqiu didn't know who the body belonged to, so he looked at the other tree, the other location, with an intense stench of blood. Another corpse laid under the other tree. Only the lower half of the body was left. Zhao Yuqiu recognized the shoes and pants. They belonged to the skinny man who captured him not long ago. Zhao Yuqiu jumped down and inspected the skinny man's corpse. There are signs of burns due to high temperature at the cut. He was probably shot by a beam gun. His upper body was melted off and his lower body was left lying on the forest floor. Zhao Yiqiu was puzzled. The energy of a beam gun was powerful, but the skinny was a domain realm master. How could he be killed so easily by a beam gun? Anyone below the domain realm is nobody's. Domain realm and Qijin were two entirely different concepts. Not only that, domain realm masters and above were able to block attacks by firearms. They were also able to fight against mechas single-handedly. Anyone below the domain realm would be more susceptible to firearms. The only possibility was, the other party broke through the domain realm defense capabilities of the skinny man. However, such a battle shouldn't have been so quiet. Zhao Yiqiu found an answer, but another query popped up. Did the Federation invent a beam gun that could immediately break through the domain realm defense capabilities? Zhao Yiqiu laughed at his own idea. This was impossible. A powerful beam gun needed a strong power source. A power source strong enough to kill a domain realm master was impossible to create, as it would be too unstable to contain it. As Zhao Yiqiu mocked himself, he saw the smooth cut on the corpse. No, this can't be the work of a normal Federation's beam gun. He touched the surface of the corpse and felt a chill down his spine. It's cold light. No, it's a power source many times colder than the normal cold light. I almost got frostbite from the residual energy. Zhao Yiqiu was frightened. He felt frustrated at himself. How could he make such a dumb decision? If the energy didn't disperse due to the passage of time, his finger might have dropped off by now. He was sure that the person who killed the skinny man was his life savior, an advanced beam gun with cold light as its power source. Is he a sniper? Zhao Yiqiu remembered these 2 points. One day, he would find his life savior and return this favor. The chubby man moved at an extremely fast speed. Within 10 seconds, he managed to catch up to Su Pei. As Su Pei desperately trying to run away, he could feel fatigue trying to wash over him. With the help of Zhao Yiqiu just now, he was already on the outskirts of the forest. Just a few more seconds and he would be able to escape. Suddenly, something pulled him back. He stopped. Despair flashed past Su Pei's eyes. The time Zhao Yiqiu bought for him was not enough for him to escape. I wonder what your parents are thinking. You came happily for the test, but now, you want to escape halfway through. The chubby man appeared in front of Su Pei with the same smiley face. That's because we were tricked by you all, Su Pei screamed angrily. At his moment, he could no longer maintain his calm attitude. Chapter 755, Weird. Su Pei remembered the respect and expectation he had for his sect. He wanted to laugh at himself for his naivety. That is because of your own desires. If not, would you have fallen for the trick? The chubby man ignored Su Pei's anger and continued smiling. This was the truth. If the Su family didn't have the desire to return to a first-rank planet and regain the honor they had thousands of years ago, they wouldn't be attracted by the Domain Realm Master's proposals to let their descendants recognize them as their masters. They did all these because they hoped that one day, a Domain Realm Master would appear in their family. The Su family started going downhill when no more Domain Realm Masters appeared in their family. If they wanted to regain their status, they needed to groom a Domain Realm Master. They knew that the Su family couldn't resist the allure of a Domain Realm Master, so they used it to successfully gain the trust of the Su family head. Su Pei knew that the Zhao family was in the same situation as them. This was why he didn't feel surprised when he saw Zhao Yiqiu in the Central Scout Academy. He had never seen Zhao Yiqiu before, but as the descendant with the greatest potential in the Zhao family, his name was often mentioned by the Su family head. Hence, on the first day of school when he heard his self-introduction, he instantly knew who he was. The Su family and the Zhao family always had a strong alliance between them. Even when they both lost their status as elite families, they never betrayed each other. He believed that Zhao Yiqiu knew who he was when he heard his name too. Su Pei felt bitter. The Su family and the Zhao family probably didn't know that they had sent their greatest hope to hell personally. The other party didn't mention anything, but from the words like material and lunatics, Su Pei guessed that none of them would have a good ending if they were caught. Looks like you have calmed down. Come back with me then. Actually, the situation is not as bad as you imagined. The chubby man didn't want to continue fighting, so he tried to appease Su Pei. Su Pei scoffed. "What if I say no?" The chubby man smiled and shrugged. "Then, I have to use some effort and drag you back." The chubby man felt that Su Pei had no chance of resisting against him at all. As someone at the primary stage of Qi Jin, it was impossible for him to escape from his grasp. Su Pei looked gentle and easygoing, but he was as stubborn as Zhao Yuqiu, and since Zhao Yuqiu chose to fight, Su Pei made the same decision. They would never bow down to their opponents without a fight. The chubby man saw Su Pei preparing for a fight. He shook his head in pity. "You bunch of children won't give up until you see a dead end." The moment he finished speaking, he formed a claw with his fingers. Su Pei felt himself flying uncontrollably towards the chubby man. Is this the capabilities of a domain realm master? Su Pei was hopeless. He was still too weak. He couldn't resist at all. When Su Pei was about to suck into the chubby man's hand, a shadow suddenly dropped down from the sky. A fist carrying a huge force came towards him too. The chubby man let go of Su Pei decisively and faced the attack. Boom! Two fists collided in midair. Two strong energy clashed. The objects around them got blown away. Su Pei was thrown into the air too. Su Pei slammed heavily onto a huge tree. He bounced off the tree and fell to the ground. The collision caused him to vomit blood. He was seriously injured, but he felt relieved. He didn't know who helped him, but his dangerous situation was halted temporarily. Su Pei endured the excruciating pain in his body and jumped up from the ground. He started to run for his life. The chubby man frowned when he saw Su Pei running away. He wanted to stop Su Pei, but another figure blocked him. "Hey, your opponent is me." A lazy voice echoed through the forest. Su Pei stopped in surprise and turned back. He recognized this voice. He was too familiar with it. As expected, a familiar face appeared in front of him. It was the sinister-looking Meng Shen. Su Pei wanted to shout at him and tell him to run away. However, he remembered the clash just now. The strength of the two fists was on par with each other. It meant that Meng Shen was as strong as the chubby man. Su Pei was shocked. What is his real identity? Why is he so powerful at such a young age? The chubby man looked at Meng Shen's young face and recalled his powerful fist. His expression changed. "Are you the spy from the Flying Dragon Special Forces?" "The Flying Dragon Special Forces." Su Pei's eyes widened. "The special force that held all the outstanding talents of the Federation. Did it really exist? What do you think?" Meng Shen didn't reply. Instead, he questioned him back. The chubby man took it as silent consent. He was elated. He never expected to find the spy from the Flying Dragon Special Forces so quickly. He was definitely going to make a huge contribution to the organization. The chubby man was in a hurry to gain merits for himself, so he stopped talking and released his domain realm. He wanted to end this battle quickly. The moment the chubby man released his domain power, Meng Shen's retracted his indifferent attitude and turned serious. He quickly struck with his palm. There was no mercy in his attack. He released all his power too. A heat wave emitted from his body. "A domain? That's impossible." The chubby man looked at Meng Shen stunned. He felt a strong force blocking his domain power. When did the Federation have such a young domain realm master? Why is it impossible? Meng Shen gave an evil smile. The records of the Federation were used to trick outsiders. If it wasn't recorded, it didn't mean that it didn't exist. Every country had information that was not recorded. If they wrote everything down, it was the same as revealing all their secrets to their enemies. The firewall of the mainframe was strong, but it was not impenetrable. All the leaders of the country would have some hidden cards behind their backs. The chubby man suddenly remembered the newest information he had received about Domain Realm Masters. It was about the record for the youngest Domain Realm Master being broken. "You are the person that broke the record for being the youngest Domain Realm Master, right? 25 years old, as expected of a rare talent groomed by the Federation." The chubby man felt enlightened. They only knew the age of this youngest Domain Realm Master but didn't about anything else about his identity. Now that he looked at it, only someone from the Flying Dragon Special Forces would be able to achieve this. Meng Shen smiled knowingly. He didn't expect his opponent to think this way. However, he didn't care. Even if he reached Domain Realm, You've only been in the domain realm for less than 2 months. How much could you have learned?" The chubby man sneered. An experienced domain realm master might give him some fear. As for a newly advanced domain realm master, he was confident that he could win against him easily. "Try it then." Meng Sharon smiled, got brighter. "Explode." The chubby man suddenly shouted. The air around Meng Sharon suddenly exploded. Meng Sharon's domain almost got broken by the sudden explosion. Luckily, he was not an inexperienced domain realm master. He had been at this stage for 1 year. This was enough for him to gain some understanding of the domain realm. He was able to control his domain powers quite well. If he only had less than 2 months to understand the domain realm, he might have been defeated by his opponent now. The chubby man's expression changed when he saw his most powerful attack had failed. He immediately shouted, "Explode, explode, explode." Another series of explosions occurred. Meng Sharon felt a sense of danger and instantly retracted his domain for it to be closer to him. The smaller the domain space, the easier it was to control it and the stronger the domain would be. Meng Sharon managed to protect himself, but he was still injured by the explosions. Blood dripped down his mouth corner. As the attacker, the chubby man was not in a good condition too. He stretched himself too much and used up most of his energy. The explosions harmed his own body too. A trail of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looks like both sides have suffered. Su Pei was watching them. He confirmed that Meng Sharon was a domain realm master too. He looked at Meng Sharon intently. If he followed Meng Sharon, would he become a domain realm master too? "You have been attacking for a while. It's my turn now." Meng Sharon was not easily bullied. He could have attacked the chubby man. However, he remembered the teachings he received when he was young. Before he knew the capabilities of his opponent, he must not act rashly. Now, he knew how powerful his opponent was. It was time for him to act. The heat emitting from Meng Sharon's body got hotter. The heat turned bright red and slowly congregated to form a solid object. The chubby man was astounded to see his opponent's domain element turning solid. He breathed deeply and a powerful shield formed in front of him. He started retreating quickly. Too late. Meng Sharon said coldly. The solidified fire element turned into a flaming dragon and rushed towards his opponent. The fire element was violent and unstable. Moreover, it was the most powerful element out of the 5 basic elements. The fire dragon easily broke through the shield and engulfed the chubby figure behind it. "Ah!" The chubby man screamed in agony. After that, he was swallowed by the flaming dragon, leaving behind just a pile of ash. Meng Sharon was stunned for a moment when he saw this. He got puzzled. Weird, why was his domain's defense power so weak? When the chubby man attacked him just now, Meng Sharon knew that his element was air. But, the defense of an air element domain shouldn't be that weak. It was like nothing was blocking his flaming dragon. Chapter 756, It's You? After thinking for a while, Meng Sharon couldn't find an answer as to why the chubby man died so easily. In order to defeat the chubby man, he had used his most powerful attack, which he intended to use to just injure the chubby man and to follow it up with more attacks of his own, but instead, he died with just one attack, leaving no traces behind except for a pile of ashes. While they were fighting, Su Pei used the opportunity and moved far away from them. He hated the domain realm master who taught him for 5 years, but he still felt grateful for his teachings. He taught him that he must retreat as far away as possible when 2 domain realm masters were fighting. When Su Pei saw Meng Sharon defeating the chubby man, his respect for Meng Sharon skyrocketed. This young man who was the same age as him might be even more powerful than his master. After the fight ended, he inched closer to Meng Sharon as he felt safer as he got closer to him. "Think." Su Pei didn't know how to address Meng Sharon. "No need. If you want to repay me, just tell me what you are doing here." Meng Sharon was asking about it because it was his mission. Su Pei wanted to repay his favor to Meng Sharon. However, he was worried about Zhao Yuqiu's safety, so he said, "No problem. But my friend, Zhao Yuqiu, is chased by that guy's accomplice." Meng Sharon smiled nonchalantly. "If he was beaten to death on the spot, you would only find his corpse by now. If he was caught, Do you think I would enter their base and save him? Su Pei felt his heart dropped. He knew that this young man didn't have the responsibility to save Zhao Yiqiu, but he still tried asking. The people guarding outside the base were already domain realm masters. It meant that those people inside the base were even stronger. Meng Shan would not take this risk for a stranger. As long as he is still alive, we will have a chance of saving him. Meng Shan continued. If you really want to help him, tell me everything you know. With enough information, we can plan our actions. Su Pei knew what Meng Shan said would lead them to the highest chance of them saving Zhao Yiqiu, so he quickly calmed down and organized his thoughts. He told Meng Shan how his family met a domain realm master 5 years ago and why he came to planet Azure. They have already infiltrated the powerful families of this planet. Meng Shan was serious. His superiors were right to worry. After getting the information he wanted, Meng Shan prepared to leave. The people protecting the outskirts of the base were domain realm masters. Although there seemed to be something weird about them, it was undeniable that they had domain power and knew how to control it. The people at the base should be more powerful than the chubby man. Him as a sole domain realm master couldn't win against so many domain realm masters even if there was something weird about them. Meng Shan was here to complete his mission, not to look for death. Su Pei got agitated when he saw Meng Shan preparing to leave. He immediately shouted, "Are you really from Flying Dragon Special Forces? If so, can you tell me your name?" Meng Shan stopped. He raised his eyebrows and smiled at Su Pei. "Is that important?" Su Pei clenched his fist. "If you are from Flying Dragon Special Forces, then I want to enter your force." This might be the only chance to realize his dream. Meng Shan looked at Su Pei intently. He smiled. "You have to work hard then. With your current strength, you might not even be able to have the right to take the entrance test." If Su Pei became as strong as him before he turned 25 years old, they might be able to meet again. Meng Shan finally was a little interested in Su Pei. However, it was just a little. Meng Shan left after he finished speaking. Su Pei tried to chase after him, yet, no matter how fast he ran, he was not able to catch up with Meng Shan. Meng Shan looked as though he was just casually walking, but his speed was very fast. Just as Meng Shan was about to disappear from his sight, Su Pei shouted, "I will definitely get into the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Will you tell me who you are then?" Meng Shan didn't look back. He raised his right hand and waved. "Let's talk when you really get in." That was what he seemed to be saying. In a blink of an eye, Meng Shan disappeared. Su Pei was disappointed, but he quickly pushed his disappointment to the back of his head. He needed to get out of the forest quickly and find someone to rescue Zhao Yiqiu. Meng Shan said that he would help him, but Su Pei wasn't going to place all his hopes on just one person. He didn't trust any instructor in the school. Hence, he wanted to find Li Lan. Li Lan didn't look very trustworthy, but as someone from the 23rd Division, Su Pei was willing to believe him. Ling Zhao had been Su Pei's idol ever since he was a child. Instinctively, he had been duplicating Ling Zhao's actions and words. He believed that they were no spies in his idol's division. While Su Pei went to look for Li Lan, Meng Shan hid behind a tree and sent the information he got. Then, he returned to the forest. He had to get in touch with someone sent by the military. This was part of his mission too. If he guessed correctly, it should be one of his roommates. He didn't know which one it was, but now was the time for the person to be revealed. Ling Han and the person who saved him managed to resist against their opponent's attack. However, he was using everything he had to fight against his opponent, so he was starting to feel the fatigue coming to him. He panted heavily. The person who helped him was no better than him. The two of them took another blow by the middle-aged man, forcing them to retreat 10 meters back. Ling Han vomited another mouthful of blood. He was already heavily injured. "You run away first. I can distract him for 10 seconds. After that, I will run," the person who helped him whispered to Ling Han. Ling Han looked up in surprise. The person nodded. Ling Han remained silent for a moment before nodding. "When I say attack, you will run." The person formed a stance as he spoke. He looked as though he was going to give it his all in a final strike. Ling Han slowly nodded. He started to pretend that he was going to give a final strike too, but secretly he placed most of his weight on his legs. The moment he heard the person shout, he would release all his energy and run away. The person was looking at the middle-aged man, but when he saw Lang Han's actions from the corner of his eye, he gave a look of approval. The middle-aged man saw their stance and turned vigilant. He was much stronger than them, but if they attacked him without care, the outcome would be hard to tell. He prepared himself for their attack. His eyes turned sharp. The moment they attack, he would find their weakness and kill them with a single strike. Attack! The person shouted. The middle-aged man prepared to defend himself. However, he saw one of them suddenly retreating. I got tricked. The middle-aged man was furious. He wanted to chase after him, but the other person blocked him. The Qi-Jin power on the person's body increased exponentially and broke the Qi-Jin boundary. A half step to domain. The middle-aged man was shocked. No one below the domain stage would be able to defeat a person at this stage. He released all his Qi-Jin and attacked his opponent. Boom! The sound rang through the entire forest. Lang Han slowed down a little. He turned his head back and looked at the direction of the battle. Domain? No. He muttered to himself. He had a complicated look in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and continuing his way out of the forest. About 10 seconds later, he stopped and leaned weakly against a tree. He used his last ounce of energy to punch the tree. Then, he turned and went back. He only left for less than 20 seconds, but the place had already turned into a pile of ruins. Lang Han looked around him. He didn't see any corpses, so he relaxed. The person who saved him was not killed, but he didn't know where the person went. Is the middle-aged man chasing him? Lang Han didn't know what to do now. Suddenly, a pile of soil was pushed up and a person crawled out. The person looked haggard, but the uniform of the Central Scout Academy could still be seen. This was the person who saved him. Lang Han was elated. Before he could speak, the person scolded him in a soft tone. Idiot. Didn't I ask you to run? Why did you come back? Are you looking for death? Lang Han opened his mouth, but no words would come out. The person was right. His decision was the same as looking for death. However, if he didn't come back, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself for his entire life. The person's expression softened. He had already guessed Lang Han's intentions of coming back. Fortunately, I used a secret method and managed to fool that man. If not, you would be dead. Thank you. Lang Han only said these 2 words. Why are you thanking me? We are roommates, right? The person suddenly smiled. He rubbed his face forcefully and soon, the disguise on his face was rubbed off, and Gu Zangarong's handsome face was revealed. Gu Zangarong, it's you? Lang Han exclaimed in surprise. Of course it's me. Who do you think I was? If I didn't recognize you, I wouldn't have taken the risk to save you. Gu Zangarong looked at his torn and tattered school uniform, then decided to take it off, revealing his muscular body. Lang Han looked closely at the tattered school uniform. He finally understood why it looked so familiar. It was a female school uniform. He suddenly remembered that Gu Zangarong went to the female's dormitory to disguise himself as a female. Chapter 757, Believe? Shouldn't you take off your mask as well? Gu Zangarong saw that he was discovered and immediately exposed Lang Han's fake facade as well. Lang Han took what he said without being flustered. He didn't say anything and immediately took off his disguise, showing a cold and calm face. Your face looks much better now, laughed Gu Zangarong. He rather liked to speak to a familiar face. Lang Han had a confused expression on his face and asked, who really are you? Me? I just took a mission to find out things about this academy. Smiled Gu Zangarong. You're the same, right? Lang Han didn't answer and only stared at Gu Zangarong. Gu Zangarong didn't care and put out his hand. Let me introduce myself. I'm. Right at that moment, Gu Zangarong's expression instantly changed. He pulled Lang Han away and quickly backed up a short distance. However, he was already too late. A man appeared before Gu Zangarong and ruthlessly hit him with his fist. Gu Zangarong cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood into the air. Gu Zangarong fell roughly on the ground. His back hurt so much that he couldn't stand up on his own. Luckily, he had Lang Han beside him to hold him up. Are you alright? Lang Han asked worriedly. I'm not dead yet. Gu Zhengerong wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the space in front of them. The middle-aged man who he thought he had lured away was actually hiding around in the vicinity and hadn't left. "You really think I'm only at the optimal peak grade perfection stage of Qi Jin?" Someone who just temporarily reached the domain stage for a few seconds wanted to fool me? Sneered the middle-aged man. "Brother Leng, looks like we really have to put our lives on the line this time." Gu Zhengerong smiled bitterly towards Ling Han. "I had this realization long ago," Ling Han said without fear. "All right, I will put life in your hands." Gu Zhengerong smiled as he replied and executed a stance. This time, it was a real stance where he would put his life on the line. Although Ling Han didn't answer, he used his actions to tell Gu Zhengerong that he will fight with him to the bitter end. "You two are really naive." The middle-aged man smiled in a belittling manner. Then, his force of presence exploded outwards and it began to rush towards Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong. The strong force of presence pressured Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong to the point where their faces turned pale. They bit their lips and used all of the Qi Jin in their bodies to resist the pressure coming from the middle-aged man's force of presence. Suddenly, they felt their bodies seem to have been transported to a swamp. Every action they made was met with a lot of resistance. They looked below them and discovered a transparent line had wrapped around them. A domain expert. Gu Zhengerong was very experienced, so he knew what was happening to them. It was no wonder that middle-aged man looked down on them. Anyone below the domain stage were considered ants to domain expert. Even a half-step domain expert was just considered a larger ant when compared to the overpowering existence of a domain expert. Ling Han had a hint of despair in his eyes. A domain expert. They had no hope of escaping. "Ling Han, will you trust me?" Gu Zhengerong suddenly asked Ling Han. "I'm part of the Huaxia Federation and would never betray the Huaxia Federation," Ling Han said without any hesitation. Gu Zhengerong had a complicated look on his face, then became determined in an instant. "All right, I have a life-saving technique that could make me temporarily enter the domain stage for 10 seconds. Once the time is up, I would pass out. As I activate it, you need to hold on to me for your dear life. I will try and run as fast as possible. Of course, if we can't run away in time, you must leave me here and run away yourself. The mission is more important," Gu Zhengerong continued. But Ling Han seemed to not agree with Gu Zhengerong's decision. "Remember, we are soldiers. Nothing goes above our mission," Gu Zhengerong shouted softly. Ling Han stared into Gu Zhengerong's eyes and then nodded. "Understood." After hearing Ling Han's answer, Gu Zhengerong's expression changed. He shouted loudly and his entire aura began to grow exponentially. "Domain!" Gu Zhengerong screamed. Ling Han quickly held onto Gu Zhengerong's body as he quickly ran towards the edge of the forest. The ground suddenly rose around middle-aged man, sealing him inside a something like a coffin. Seeing this, the middle-aged man shouted angrily, and countless of water streams appeared behind him and pierced through the sand coffin. However, inside the deep forest, other than the abundance of the wood element, the earth element was also in abundance, and the water element was comparatively weaker and lesser than both of them. Thus, the middle-aged man couldn't break through the sand coffin instantly and could only watch as Ling Han escaped with Gu Zhengerong. Finally, not knowing whether it was because of the water's streams or because 10 seconds was up, the sand coffin created by Gu Zhengerong's temporary domain instantly crumbled. It became bits and pieces and fell to the ground. The middle-aged man escaped from the sand coffin. Right as he wanted to give chase, the communicator on his wrist suddenly began to vibrate. He looked over at it and had a change in expression. Not good, someone actually invaded the headquarters. He ruthlessly looked over at the direction Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong had escaped towards and spat. "It's your lucky day." Then, he quickly headed back to the headquarters. Although capturing these hidden spies were important, the headquarters was more important. After running for some time, Ling Han discovered that the middle-aged man wasn't chasing them. He then looked at Gu Zhengerong, who had already fainted. Ling Han had a complicated look on his face, then he sighed. "Elder brother Gu, I'm sorry." "Just as you said, the responsibility of a soldier is to put the mission first. Ling Han looked towards the headquarters in the central area of the forest and continued, I won't leave until I find out what's inside their headquarters. Ling Han carefully set Gu Zhengerong down on top of a thick branch on one of the large trees. He was afraid that Gu Zhengerong would fall down, so he used a belt to tie him to that branch. Then, he disguised himself. As long as no one looked at him closely, he probably wouldn't be found out. After finishing everything, Ling Han left the scene and moved towards the center of the forest. Not long after Ling Han had left, Gu Zhengerong, who had been unconscious, began to move his fingers. Ling Lan, who was hidden around the main gate of the enemy's headquarters, finally acquired the information about the intersecting sight lines of all the members in the patrol team, along with the blink frequency of the two guards by the gate. It couldn't be helped. This was the way this headquarters chose to guard their gate. They didn't use high-tech surveillance equipment that had no blind spots to guard their gates. Instead, they used people to guard it. If she wanted to silently enter the headquarters and not be seen by the 10 or more pairs of eyes intently staring at the gate, it would be almost impossible, especially the two guards at the door, which seemed to have been ordered to look at the direction opposite of the door. Luckily, it was only almost impossible and not completely impossible. Of course, if it wasn't Ling Lan, it would be completely impossible for anyone else. After calculating and planning for a short while, Ling Lan finally calculated the timing between the blinking speed of the two guards. Of course, this timing had already eliminated the sight lines of the patrol team. Ling Lan finally confirmed when she needed to make a move. Finally, after waiting for that small window of time, Ling Lan flew out as light as a feather and silently moved towards the direction of the gate. Suddenly, the gate opened slightly, revealing a small opening which Ling Lan instantly slid through. As expected, the Li family's inner mansion was the one with the problems, who told them to not have any high-tech equipment. After the traumatizing experience, Little Four began to judge places that had made him lose his dignity in front of his boss. It turns out, it was all Little Four's work that made the gate open. The place Ling Lan was hiding at was not too far from the gate. This distance was enough for Little Four to use Ling Lan's spiritual power to reach to the scanner on the gate. This high-tech and difficult-to-crack equipment was similar to a naked little blossom that he could bully however he wanted. Little Four felt that comparison was weird, but he always saw others describe it in that way. Some people really like to say that, but bullying is bullying. But why do they not wear any clothes? Does that them easier to bully? In reality, Little Four believed that a naked little blossom would go on a rampage and wouldn't be so easily bullied. But he didn't have anyone else to bully other than Little Blossom. He really couldn't understand how the people in his boss's world thought. Little Four sighed sadly. He had just recently discovered that he was really smart in some ways. It was no wonder that he was a one-of-a-kind intelligent entity. The equipment and machines in the headquarters were undoubtedly technologically advanced. However, when faced with this overpowering force called Little Four, they were all useless. If it wasn't for the fact that his boss Ling Lan told him not to alarm those in the base, Little Four would have already taken over the base and let his boss go anywhere she wanted. However, Little Four couldn't help but respect the person who designed the headquarters. If it wasn't Ling Lan who had entered the base, it would be impossible for hackers to use other methods to get through the headquarters' defenses. That was because this headquarters was not connected to any satellite. All of its wiring did not connect to anything outside. The water and electricity it used was created within the base. The mainframe of the headquarters also only integrated into this headquarters and had never connected with anything outside of virtual worlds. It could be said that this space was an enigma. They couldn't acquire any information from the outside world, unless they sent people outside of the headquarters and go to the academy at the edge of the forest. In other words, even if someone was to successfully enter the base, before they leave, they wouldn't be able to transfer anything they had come to know. Those people who had disappeared after taking on the mission of infiltrating the headquarters perhaps hadn't actually died. They may still be trapped inside of the base, unable to get out. However, when Ling Lan entered into the base, all of this was no longer a problem. If Little Four wanted to, he could let the mainframe connect to any satellite and to any network. making this headquarters be known to everyone. Chapter 758, Fake Domain. Little Four managed to enter and leave the headquarters easily, but Ling Lan, on the other hand, who was lying in a corner of the gate where the guard couldn't see, was met with some difficulty. Ling Lan knew that the security at the headquarters was tight, but she didn't know that it would be this tight. There was a guard with every 3 steps in the underground passageway leading deep into the headquarters. It would not be easy to get past these people. Troublesome. Ling Lan knew that the longer she waited, the greater the chances of her being found, so she needed to act now. Ling Lan's body started melting into a liquid form, disappearing from the guard's sight. She couldn't evade all these pairs of eyes, so she had no choice but to enter her domain mode, allowing her body to merge with her domain element. Ling Lan's domain element was ice, and ice was a form of water. A year ago, Ling Lan was already able to control the 3 states of water, but Ling Lan knew that she must have some hidden cards, so she didn't tell anyone about this. Even when she fought with other people, she only used her ice attacks. She had never revealed the 2 other states besides the time when she merged with the rainwater during the princess's escorting mission in order to fight with the Domain Realm Master. In that fight, the Domain Realm Master died, so her secret didn't leak out. That meant that this was her second time using another state of water. This time, she used both the liquid form and the gaseous form of the water element. The water flowed down the walls. Before the water went into the vision lines of the guards, it changed into a gaseous form. Ling Lan was afraid that a mist would form if she evaporated too fast, so she controlled the speed of her evaporating. A minute later, the water disappeared from the wall. Alyan, don't you think that the air in the headquarters is fresher today? One of the guards sniffed the air and said to the guard near him. They had been working together at this job for quite a while now, so they were familiar with the environment of the headquarters. Isn't it the same? But not everyone was sensitive to the change in the quality of air. The man called Alyan didn't sense any changes. It isn't dry anymore. The person who spoke first expressed his thoughts. Underground places were normally cold and humid. High humidity would affect the integrity of the headquarters, so the mainframe kept the environment dry. Maybe the mainframe adjusted the humidity of this place. Alyan replied indifferently. To him, this was nothing strange. That makes sense. I hope that the mainframe would continue to maintain this level of humidity. The guard couldn't help but comment. He preferred a more humid environment. That might be possible. The researchers probably needed to conduct their experiments in a humid environment. Let's hope that they will prolong their experiments. Alyan consoled the other guard. While they were talking to each other, Ling Lan sneaked past the 2 guards nervously. She didn't expect there to be a guard who was so sensitive to the quantity of water particles in the air. She was fortunate that they didn't think otherwise. If not, she might have been exposed. Ling Lan passed the guard safely and finally entered the inside of the headquarters. She looked at the bird's eye view of the headquarters Little Four showed her. She commended the faction which built this extravagant headquarters. To build such a huge headquarters secretly without alerting the government, this faction must be powerful. No wonder the Federation placed such high importance on this mission and sent a talent from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. With the help of Little Four, Ling Lan didn't waste any time finding her way around the headquarters. She went directly to the places with the highest security and surveyed every one of them. As she continued on her stroll around the headquarters, she got more and more furious the more she saw. We must destroy this headquarters, the foundation of this faction, Ling Lan told Little Four as she walked out of a human experiment laboratory. Little Four was shocked by what he saw too. Those cruel human experiments that appeared in history books was actually conducted in this headquarters. The experiments carried out in this headquarters might be even more vicious than what was written in the books. They actually used underage youths for their experiments. Now I know where all those Domain Realm Masters come from. At first, Ling Lan was afraid of the people in this headquarters. It was because all the guards in the inner parts of the headquarters appeared to be Domain Realm Masters, shocking her greatly. When did the Domain Realm Masters become so common? With those cruel experiments in mind, She finally got her answer. These Domain Realm Masters were created through countless of those experiments. She remembered the Domain Realm Master who chased after Zhao Yiqiu. She hid her force of presence purposely so when she attacked him, she didn't use much of her power, as she just wanted to injure the skinny man and continue attacking from there. Yet, what had happened was out of her expectation. She managed to destroy the skinny man's domain easily, striking him square inches his chest. At that time, she could already feel that something was amiss with those Domain Realm Masters, but time was tight then so she couldn't think deeply about it. Thinking back, these Domain Realm Masters who were created to have their domains, but there was major flaw about them, and the major flaw was their defense. Of course, the skinny man she met might just be an outlier of their successful line of Domain Realm Masters. To affirm her thoughts, she needed to look for more Domain Realm Masters created using this experiment. For some reason, she thought of Qiao Ting. At Soldier City, her forceful attacks forced Qiao Ting to release all his energy and achieved a breakthrough to the domain. However, that domain was later proven to be just a pseudo-domain. It was not stable. To stabilize a pseudo-domain, the person had to achieve the domain stage, which required many years of hard work and experience. The person needed to understand how a domain worked and how to use it properly. This kind of domain was not as stable and powerful as the true domain, as there were no weaknesses in a true domain. When compared to true Domain Realm Masters, their Domain Realm Masters were a joke. Their domains are fake. Little 4, have you collected all the evidence? Ling Lan had already searched through most of the places, but she felt a sense of danger at some locations, so she didn't go close to those locations. Don't worry, boss. I have recorded all of them. There are pictures and videos. If this place had surveillance cameras, his boss would not have to come here personally. It seems like the people who built this headquarters were afraid that their experiments would leak out, so they didn't leave any form of pictorial evidence behind. They didn't even dare to install surveillance cameras. The paper documents they found were weird too. It was written using strange characters that didn't exist in the world. It was probably a language invented by the people in the headquarters. That way, only their own people knew what was written on it. Even if it was stolen, no one would know about their doings. Little 4 recorded all of these documents too. He looked at a few pages and couldn't understand anything, none at all. But this was not an unsolvable problem for him. With his powerful calculating ability, he would be able to find a pattern in the words and decipher its content. Ling Lan quickly retreated from the headquarters. She found a safe spot in the forest and sent the evidence she found to the number that gave her the mission. Somewhere far away, a major who had been taking note of this number finally saw a message sent to it. He got excited. There's news. His colleague, who was a major too, reminded him. Take a look at its content first. It might be some normal information. That makes sense. The major opened the file. When he saw the gruesome photos flashing before his eyes, his expression changed. Every consecutive photo was gorier than the last. After looking through all the photos, the major rushed to the rubbish bin and vomited in it. What happened? His colleague asked out of concern. The major took a while to control his urge to vomit. He raised his pale face with eyes full of grief and anger. He said to the major beside him, Major Liu, inform Major General Wu. We got evidence from Planet Azure. He closed his eyes after he finished speaking to hide his tears and anger. He clenched his fist tightly. Those people should die 1,000 times for what they have done. Major Liu saw the furious expression on his colleague's face and was surprised. He glanced at his optical supercomputer. His expression changed. He quickly contacted Major General Wu and reported the situation to him. After some time, Major General Wu came over hurriedly with some officers who looked around 60 years old. Everyone had one or more stars on their shoulders. It meant that they were either major generals or lieutenant generals. All the majors on duty were shocked to see so many generals in the room. Major General Wu asked the moment he came, "Where's the evidence?" The major who received the evidence had recovered by now. He pointed to his optical supercomputer. "Over here." Major General Wu rushed over and took control of the optical supercomputer. He flipped through the evidence. The photos were shown one by one, and all the officers looking were shocked by what they saw. Bastards! This bunch of bastards! One of the lieutenant generals slammed his clenched fist on the table beside him, shattering it into pieces. Hurry up and inform the people on Planet Azure to control the Central Scout Academy. The Major General gave his order decisively. His deputy quickly replied, "Yes, Major General." They had waited for this day for a long time. All they lacked was evidence, hence, they waited patiently for that evidence to come. Wait. One of the lieutenant generals stopped him immediately. "The other line sent us some information too. There are many domain realm masters over there. Without an overwhelming number of domain realm masters on our side, we would be unable to control the Central Scout Academy. Furthermore, there are many scouts in the academy. If the enemy uses them as hostages, we will be at a disadvantage. We must gather enough domain realm masters." The person who seemed to be in command gave an order. "Ask all the division, ground units, starship units, special forces, and any free domain realm masters to gather at the ground headquarters on Planet Azure within 24 hours. The time of action will be..." He looked at the communicator on his wrist. It was 1:23 p.m. now. He continued, 1,400 tomorrow. Their opponents were already in an alert state by the numerous attempts to investigate the school. They didn't have much time left. If their opponents escaped, no matter how much preparations they tried to make, it'll be all in vain. As the orders were given, everyone in the room started acting. They gave out orders to the various units near Planet Azure for them to gather on Planet Azure within 24 hours. Major General Wu asked the major who received this document, "Were these evidence sent by the Lieutenant Colonel from Flying Dragon Special Forces?" The major was stunned for a moment. "No, it was from the other Lieutenant Colonel." To ensure the safety of the person taking the mission, the mainframe didn't provide detailed information about him. However, one of the requirements for this mission was to have the rank of Lieutenant Colonel or above. Hence, the major addressed him as a Lieutenant Colonel. "He is not." Major General Wu was surprised and curious about the Lieutenant Colonel who had done what they couldn't for so long. Who was this person that managed to get this information before the person from Flying Dragon Special Forces? Around Planet Azure, all the domain realm masters from various divisions and units received the order. Those that were free or didn't have any important task rushed to Planet Azure. However, domain realm masters were not common. Even after sending out the order, the generals were still worried. This mission affected the lives of many youths. There must be no mistakes. If not, they would be unable to answer to the people from the Federation. It might also affect the political world, as many important figures would get implicated by this. No one could bear these consequences, especially the generals who were in charge of the mission. These 24 hours were like torture to them. After Leng Han left Guzheng, he quickly arrived at the main gate of the headquarters. When he saw the numerous guards and the high-tech door, he immediately understood why the spies before him failed. "Boss, look at what I found." Ling Lan was still sending out the evidence from a tree nearby when Little Four shouted at her. "Your roommate." Little Four said excitedly when Ling Lan turned to look at him. "Ling Han or Guzheng Arong?" Ling Lan asked indifferently. Little Four was dispirited. "Why didn't you guess Meng Shen? He should be on the way too, but he is not free now." When Ling Lan noticed Meng Shen following after Su Pei, she had already guessed his reasoning for choosing Su Pei. It had to be said that he made a good decision. Su Pei was calm and knew when to give up certain things. He knew what he should do to gain the most leverage out of the situation. Compared to Zhao Yiqiu, who is straightforward, Su Pei would give Meng Shen what he wanted more easily. Ling Lan agreed with his decision. If she was in the same situation, she would choose Su Pei too. Chapter 759, appear on stage all prim and proper. It's Ling Han. Little Four was dejected as his boss was too smart and calculative. It was hard to tease his boss. "It's him." Ling Lan looked up excitedly. "Is Guzheng Arong not with him?" After she saved Zhao Yiqiu, she continued her way to the base. As she was walking through the forest, she saw Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong fighting against a domain realm master. This was something Ling Lan wanted to see, with Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong helping her, attracting some of the attention of the guards outside. She would have an easier time getting in their headquarters. Nope, he is alone. Little Four found out that Gu Zhengerong was nowhere near Ling Han. Interesting. They didn't move together. Looks like things are getting fun. Ling Lan smiled slightly. Little Four, you did well today, so I'm going to reward you with a great show. Let's just wait a while and the leads of the show will appear on stage all prim and proper. Ling Lan silently climbed up a tree with dense leaves and branches. With the dense leaves and branches, it allowed little sunlight to hit the ground, shrouding the forest grounds with darkness. Ling Lan leaned close to a thin branch. The dense leaves and branches covered most of her figure. When the wind blew, she swayed along with the branches. From below, nothing amiss could be spotted. Ling Han really wanted to complete his mission, but he was not a rash person who would recklessly charge into his objective without thinking. When he saw the heavily guarded gate, he slowly retreated as he didn't notice any obvious way in, so he wanted to report the situation to the military first. When he retreated for around 100 or so meters, his expression suddenly changed. He instantly jumped into a bush. A figure appeared at the spot Ling Han was at a moment ago. Ling Han was already very careful, but he still got noticed by the guards. However, he reacted well to the situation. The guard didn't seem to realize that he was hiding in the bush. The guard looked confused, seemingly to be doubting himself. What's wrong? Another guard wearing the same uniform appeared beside him. Looks like they were a team. Nothing. I discovered some movements here, so I came here to take a look. The other guard replied. Did you find anything? His partner asked in concern. I probably am too sensitive. The person who came first replied. Maybe not. After we reached the domain stage, our 5 senses got more sensitive. Since you felt something, it means that there must be something suspicious here. The person who came late was more cautious than his partner. To be careful, let's activate our domain to scan the surroundings. The person who came first felt that it made sense. He was also worried that there was someone here, so he nodded to his teammates' suggestion. They immediately activated their domain. So this is where you are. The moment they activated their domain, all kinds of disguise were useless. The person who came first sneered and reached out his right hand. He attacked the bush where Ling Han was hiding. The bush exploded, and a figure jumped out. It was Ling Han. Ling Han flew back a few hundred meters like a shadow and quickly ran towards the edge of the forest. With him being discovered by 2 domain realm masters, he only had one choice: run. Chase him. The 2 domain realm masters saw Ling Han and exchanged glances with each other. Then, they chased after him. At that moment, a young man who was leaning on a tree tiredly appeared. When this young man heard the commotion in front of him, he looked up in shock. When he saw Ling Han speeding towards him, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled. He opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Ling Han shouted, "Run!" Huh? The young man was astounded. When he saw the 2 shadows chasing Ling Han, he understood what was happening. He hid behind a tree and shooing at Ling Han with both hands. He was asking Ling Han to ignore him. Something flashed past Ling Han's eyes. He didn't slow down but changed his direction instead, running towards the young man. He grabbed his hand and pulled him along. I realize that whenever I meet you, nothing good will happen. The young man who was pulled along bore with the excruciating pain in his chest and ran with Ling Han. I also realize that I will meet you whenever I get unlucky, Ling Han replied nonchalantly. He was pulling a person along, but his speed didn't decrease in the slightest. You offended 2 domain realm masters. Even if you want to die, this is not the way to do it. The young man was pulled by Ling Han, so he had some time to look back. When he saw the 2 people chasing them clearly, his face turned black. Gu Zhengerong, shut up. Ling Han warned him. They were running for their lives now. He didn't want Gu Zhengerong to make any noise, interrupting his thought process. Gu Zhengerong opened his mouth. In the end, he knew that this was not a good time to complain, so he decided to shut up. He decided that once they are safe, he would cut all ties with Lang Han. He didn't want to get implicated by him ever again. However, the difference between Qijin and Domain was just too vast. Not long after, the two Domain masters blocked Lang Han from the front and back. "I'm really going to die because of you now." Gu Zhengerong gave a bitter smile. "Since you woke up, you should have left. Why did you come deeper into the forest?" Lang Han was unhappy about Gu Zhengerong's decision too. "I'm afraid that some idiot would overestimate himself and get himself into trouble." Gu Zhengerong replied angrily. The two of them were seriously injured. Why didn't he go back and rest? Why did he go to look for the headquarters himself? Is the base so easy to enter? If it is, there wouldn't be so many people who had failed in the past. "Are you saying that I have to thank you?" Lang Han scoffed. When Lang Han and Gu Zhengerong started complaining to each other in a life-or-death situation, the two Domain Realm Masters were stunned. At that exact moment, Gu Zhengerong and Lang Han suddenly moved. They rushed towards the Domain Realm Master who was blocking their way of retreat. If they wanted to live, they needed to subdue this person first. Boom, boom. The two Domain Masters resisted their attacks easily. Lang Han and Gu Zhengerong knew that they were so dead as the guard didn't even seem surprised by their attacks. They were too well prepared. What a simple scheme. If we didn't discover it, we should quit the organization. The Domain Realm Masters who fought with Lang Han and Gu Zhengerong gave a sarcastic smile to them. "Brother, seems like we really have to die together," Gu Zhengerong said with a serious face. This was the first time he felt actually hopeless. Lang Han didn't say anything. He pursed his lips tightly and stared stubbornly at the Domain Realm Master in front of him. Gu Zhengerong smiled when he saw Lang Han's never-give-up attitude. "How about this? Let's fight one each and see who can last longer." Gu Zhengerong turned and pressed his back against Lang Han's back. He said in a low voice, "Lang Han, remember, don't die too fast." "Don't worry, I will not die before you." Lang Han could be quite irritating when he wanted to be. Gu Zhengerong felt frustrated. "Hope that you will do what you say. Don't disappoint me." After he finished speaking, he looked at the other Domain Realm Master. The Domain Realm Masters didn't feel that these two little fish were a threat at all, so they didn't initiate the fight first. As the stronger party, they felt it was beneath them to attack first. Lang Han and Gu Zhengerong knew that this fight would decide whether they live or die. Their hearts were heavy. They secretly gathered their strengths. They hoped to adjust their body condition to its best state so that they had a chance to survive, no matter how small the chance. "Hey, why is the atmosphere here so tense?" A playful voice sounded in the forest. Lang Han and Gu Zhengerong were dumbfounded as they looked at the direction where the voice came from. A young man wearing a scout uniform was leaning against a tree and waving at them lazily. "Meng Shen." The two of them shouted instantly. "TSK, why are you two so passionate? I'm not used to it." Meng Shen gave them a look of disgust. "Brother Xian is still the best. He is pure, sincere, honest, and not as fake as you two." Little Four, who was looking at the show, laughed when he heard this. "Ha ha, boss, you are pure, sincere, and honest. This is so funny. If their boss was honest, there would be no liars in the world." "Little Four, I seem to be too kind with you lately." Ling Lan clenched her fist and cracked her knuckles. She looked at Little Four threateningly. This person needed to be beaten occasionally. Meng Shen's words angered Lang Han. He sneered. "You are dishonest too." They were not the only ones hiding their identities. Yes, we are all the same." "Why are you so proud of yourself?" Gu Zhengerong added on. He revealed how hypocritical he was. Lang Han glared at Gu Zhengerong coldly. "Who said that there were the same?" Gu Zhengerong felt that there was something wrong with what he said, so he slapped his mouth and smiled awkwardly at Lang Han. "So, are you all done with claiming your family connections?" One of the Domain Realm Masters saw the three of them talking among themselves and immediately scoffed at them. "I'm not his relative." The three men spoke simultaneously as they gave a look of contempt to the other two people. This chemistry caused the faces of the Domain Realm Masters to turn black. Are the three young men trying to tease them? They exchanged glances with one another and understood each other's thoughts. They attacked together. Their target was Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong. No matter how powerful a person was, they knew that they should pick the weakest off first. Meng Shan appeared without them noticing. This meant that he was much more powerful than the other two. The two Domain Realm Masters decided to subdue the two weaker ones before combining their efforts to fight Meng Shan. Chapter 760. From the start, their plan was good, but they were not the ones writing the script. Meng Shan moved quickly and stopped one of them. "Looks like you want to become our enemy," the Domain Realm Master that was stopped said angrily. TSK, look at how fake you are. From the moment I appeared, we all already know that we are not on the same side. Meng Shan jeered. The Domain Realm Master's expression changed, because Meng Shan stopped one of them. The other one had to fight Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong alone. I always know that I'm not so unlucky. Ling Han, looks like we have to work together again. Gu Zhengerong touched his nose nonchalantly and gave a smile. If they could escape from a Domain Realm Master once, they could do it again. You can use your special skill again? Ling Han raised his eyebrows. HMPH, we talked with them for so long in order to drag the time and let the recovery agents show its effects. Don't tell me you didn't use it. Gu Zhengerong raised his eyebrows too. He didn't believe that Ling Han didn't use the agents. Ling Han shook his head stubbornly, showing that he didn't want to talk to him. Gu Zhengerong smiled, as expected of a soldier, straightforward and bad-tempered. Well, he should just ignore him. The two of them didn't speak nicely with each other, but they both prepared their stance for a fight. When he saw two young men at the peak stage of Qi Jin attempting to fight with him, a Domain Realm Master, the Domain Realm Master sneered in contempt. He decided to teach these two little brats a lesson. He would let them know what the phrase "anyone below the domain stage is a nobody" really meant. He turned and said to his partner, "I will handle these two brats. Take care of your opponent and don't let him interfere with my fight." "Don't worry, I will not interrupt your side," his partner shouted back. Meng Shan raised his eyebrows. He felt that there was an underlying meaning behind his words. However, he didn't have the time to think about it carefully. The Domain Realm Master had already unleashed his domain, and it was attempting to engulf him. In response, Meng Shan released his domain without hesitation, creating his own domain space. The two different elemental domain clashed with each other, forming a powerful and frightening energy. Trees swayed furiously, branches were blown hundreds of meters away. Yet, the clothes on Meng Shan and his opponent's body didn't move an inch. At that moment, Gu Zhengerong suddenly shouted and grabbed Ling Han. He then quickly ran away from the battlefield of two Domain Realm Masters. If they stayed too close to the fight, they could get injured by some rogue attack. Moreover, there was a Domain Realm Master looking hungrily at them. If they wanted to have even a chance to survive, escaping now would be ideal. If they escaped, they wouldn't distract Meng Shan too. It was the best course of action. Ling Han almost fell when he was suddenly grabbed by Gu Zhengerong. Fortunately, his foundation skills were good, so he managed to stabilize himself and followed Gu Zhengerong. The Domain Realm Master who was looking at Gu Zhengerong and Ling Han got distracted by the fight between his partner and Meng Shan. This was one of the reasons why Gu Zhengerong dared to run away. When the Domain Realm Master came back to himself, he realized that Gu Zhengerong and Ling Han were extremely shameless. They escaped when they outwardly show that they wanted to fight. He was indignant. He glanced at his partner and only chased after the two young men when his partner glanced back at him. Gu Zhengerong and Ling Han managed to catch the Domain Realm Master off guard and escaped when he wasn't paying attention to them. However, Domain Realm Masters were too strong. In about 3 seconds, the domain stage guard had caught up to them. They only managed to escape for a few hundred meters. In actuality, Gu Zhengerong and Ling Han didn't plan to escape. When they saw that they had achieved their goal, they stopped. Gu Zhengerong calculated the distance and smiled in satisfaction. "This far is good enough. We will not affect Meng Shan at this distance." "Yes, Ling Han agreed with a serious gaze. Now, our lives are up to us. Gu Zhengerong was serious too. He had already accepted their faith in dying in the hands of the two guards. However, Meng Sharen's help gave them some hope of surviving. Ling Han was not a talkative person, so he didn't say anything else. He focused on the Domain Realm Master who was walking towards them step by step. Gu Zhengerong and Ling Han released their full power. The former's force of presence was even stronger than the latter as he was a step away from the optimal peak grade perfection of Qi Jin. This was his true strength. He could only break through the bottleneck and enter a step into the domain stage when he uses his secret skill. However, the consequence of using the skill was huge. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Gu Zhengerong would not use it. Overconfident little kids, do you think that you two could fight against a Domain Realm Master? The Domain Realm Master slowly walked forward as he mocked them. You talk too much. Gu Zhengerong looked at him with disdain. The Domain Realm Master turned red with anger when he heard that. His mouth opened and closed a few times, but no words came out. He didn't know what to say. Ling Han looked at him pitifully. When Gu Zhengerong decided to be harsh, he could hurt someone quite badly. You are looking for death. The Domain Realm Master finally lost control of his anger. He released his domain power and charged towards Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong. A few hundred meters away, Meng Sharan and the Domain Realm Master were at a standstill, with one side constantly attacking and the other side constantly defending. Both sides couldn't subdue the other person. The Domain Realm Master was on the defending side as he could replenish his constantly harassed earth wall with ample amounts of earth element due to them fighting in a forest which favors the earth element. Additionally, being on the defensive was an earth element domain specialty, as Meng Sharan's domain element was fire. He was more adept at attacking than defending. But with the lack of fire element in the forest, his weakened fire attack couldn't break through the empowered earth wall of the Domain Realm Master, thus making both sides not gain any advantages. Boom! The entire forest shook as a loud shockwave was heard. Meng Sharan and the Domain Realm Master looked at the direction where the shockwave came from. It was where Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong escaped to. Looks like they started fighting, Meng Sharan muttered. Your companions might be dead by now. The Domain Realm Master gave a delighted smile. When his partner comes back, this young man would be dead. Meng Sharan raised his eyebrows. Why are you so confident? I personally think that your partner might be the dead instead. If the person he was looking for was among the two of them, the Domain Realm Master would die instead. If that's the case, let's make a bet. Do you think the person who appears later will be from your side or from my side? The Domain Realm Master gave an arrogant smile. Bet, is there a need for it? Meng Sharan smiled evilly. Haha, there is no need. I'll definitely win. The Domain Realm Master laughed loudly. No, I just feel that there is no need to make a bet with a dead person. Meng Sharan looked at his opponent maliciously. From the start of the fight, he had never thought of letting his opponent off alive. Bastard! The Domain Realm Master was furious. Multiple thorns formed in his domain space, and they flew towards Meng Sharan at lightning speed. Fire elements are mostly used for attacking, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't be used for defending. Meng Sharan waved his hand and a fire wall appeared in front of him. The thorns struck the fire wall. They were not blocked by it. Instead, the firewall burnt the thorns made using the earth element and turned it into ashes. Even in a defensive position, the fire element showed signs of offense. While the earth element and fire element were clashing on this side, another situation was happening on the other side. Let us look back at the moment when Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong started fighting with the other Domain Realm Master. You are looking for death. The Domain Realm Master finally lost control of his anger. He released his domain power and charged towards Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong. Boom! Huge forces collided with one another. The ground shook. The place where Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong were standing at was covered with dust and soil. After some time, the dust slowly settled, revealing Ling Han standing still and grabbing a hand that was reaching for his heart. In his other hand, Multiple lightning spears could be seen. The tips of the lightning spears were pointing at the throat of the Domain Realm Master who attacked him. If he could form lightning spears, it meant that he was an experienced Domain Realm Master who understood how a domain worked. Ling Han, who had been beaten up all the time, was actually a Domain Realm Master. When did you suspect me? Gu Zhengerong asked curiously after his lethal attack was stopped by Ling Han. From the start, Ling Han replied indifferently. The lightning element is the most powerful in terms of attacking. You are the person from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Gu Zhengerong finally understood everything. Who is Meng Sharon then? Is he the person doing the mission? If Meng Sharon didn't reveal his domain power, he would not have decided that Ling Han was the person he was finding. This mistake caused him to fail his entire plan. Ling Han didn't reply to him, he just stared at him coldly. Gu Zhengerong said with pity, Ling Han, you are damn careful. It was too difficult to fish any information out from him. Since you never believed me, why did you save me? Gu Zhengerong didn't understand. I didn't know who you are. He was worried that Gu Zhengerong was on his side, so Ling Han waited until he for sure knew Gu Zhengerong's identity. Chapter 761, Ling Zhao's Secret. I see. Gu Zhengerong finally understood. Ling Han was uncertain about his identity, so he came back. There is another thing I want to ask you. When did I reveal myself and made you certain that I'm not the person you are looking for? How did you know that I will attack you? When Ling Han stopped his ambush accurately, he knew that he had already been exposed. It meant that Ling Han had already concluded that he was an enemy, not a friend. When you used your domain? Ling Han replied to him directly. My domain? What's wrong with my domain? Gu Zhengerong was confused. It's weird. It made me feel uncomfortable. Ling Han turned and looked at the Domain Realm Master who was stopped by his lightning bolt. He said in a cold voice, he gave me the same feeling too, including the first Domain Realm Master we met. You all possess different elements, but the feeling you gave off is the same, and it made me uncomfortable. Actually, Ling Han already felt uncomfortable the first time Gu Zhengerong used his secret skill. At that time, he just thought that it was because of the secret skill. Hence, he didn't think deeper into it. However, Gu Zhengerong shouldn't have fought with the Domain Realm Master for 10 seconds, as it created a scene that made him realize the similarities in their domains. At that moment, Ling Han started suspecting Gu Zhengerong. He helped him escape, but he guarded against him too. That is why you purposely tie me on a tree and said those words to me, right? You want to make me believe that you are a soldier and was duty-bound to finish your mission, which is to investigate the headquarters. Gu Zhengerong found all the answers he needed. He knew why he had failed to find his enemy's base inside the school. If you are still unconscious on the tree when I came back, I might have brought you back to my base camp. However, your patience is not as good as I imagined. Ling Han could be as irritating as Gu Zhengerong when he talked. Gu Zhengerong turned red in anger when he heard this. He gritted his teeth. This was why he didn't like Ling Han. He had 3 temporary roommates, and little brother Xian was best out of the 3 as he was cute and harmless. All in all, you were acting. You wanted to force me to attack. Not bad. As a Domain Realm Master, you were willing to be beaten up so badly. Are you not afraid of being laughed at? Gu Zhengerong retaliated. It's good to be cautious, as a mistake could be lethal. Ling Han had his suspicion, but before the other party attacked him, he would not reveal himself easily. He was afraid that he would make a wrong judgment and hurt his friend. Ling Han, you are cautious, I give you that. But I think that you are too indecisive. How could you wait for me to attack when you are being chased by a Domain Realm Master? Gu Zhengerong smiled. Ling Han replied, a Domain Realm Master is not a threat to me. True. For someone who has the most powerful offensive element, you should be confident. Unfortunately, your overconfidence and your indecisive personality will kill you. As Gu Zhengerong finished talking, purple lightning bolts formed on his hand, which was being held by Ling Han. The sound of electricity was apparent. The strong electricity forced Ling Han's hand away and pushed Ling Han a few meters back, but the lightning spears that were pointing at the Domain Realm Master's throat didn't move. Instead, It had lengthened itself. A lightning domain? Ling Han frowned. He had prepared himself for the fact that Gu Zhengerong was a domain realm master. Furthermore, after experiencing the domain of his two opponents, he was confident that he could subdue them. However, the element that Gu Zhengerong had was unexpected, as he had the lightning element too. Didn't you use the earth element? Is your innate talent not of the earth element? Ling Han remembered that when Gu Zhengerong fought with the first domain realm master they met, he used an earth domain. The element of the domain stem from the innate talent of a person, and there was only one innate talent in a single person. So why did Gu Zhengerong have two totally different elements? Ling Han was puzzled. The domain realm master, who was currently threatened by lightning spears by his throat, smiled. He said proudly, "He is the most perfect creation of our organization. His innate talent is the strongest innate talent in the universe." The strongest innate talent? Ling Han was stunned. He didn't know that there was an innate talent that could allow a person to use two different elements. The lightning spear started crackling menacingly in Gu Zhengerong's hand. It looked the same as the one Ling Han had in his hand. Gu Zhengerong looked at his weapon with satisfaction. He could sense the dangerous lightning energy coursing through his body. This was the domain he wanted. It was worth going to the Central Scout Academy for this. I don't know what kind of innate talent can be considered the strongest in the world. His lightning innate talent was keyed as the strongest in terms of offensive ability, but it didn't dare to be called the strongest innate talent. Even if there is one, it will only appear in the future. It will not be something someone already has. No, this innate talent has already appeared. Your military just missed it. Gu Zhengerong smiled proudly. However, our organization didn't. We spent more than 20 years trying to decipher this innate talent, and it was finally passed on to me. You make me curious. What kinds of innate talent did our military miss? What innate talent made you all so crazy? You were willing to spend so much time and manpower trying to decipher this innate talent. Ling Han was really curious. Gu Zhengerong smiled happily. A God-class operator, one of the 10 generals in your federation, Ling Zhao. His innate talent is duplication. That is the strongest innate talent in the world. However, you all didn't seem to notice it. As for Ling Zhao, I'm not sure if he understands his true capability. I don't even know if he is a domain realm master yet. Ling Han's expression changed entirely. If he is a domain realm master, he would know that he could duplicate other people's domain, right? Ling Han now understood why Gu Zhengerong had the lightning element. The other party duplicated his domain. The earth domain from before was duplicated from someone else's domain too. From the looks of it, the innate talent of duplication was indeed the strongest. Gu Zhengerong smiled. He had said everything he could. The information which couldn't be said would be kept a secret. As for Ling Zhao's secret, it was time to let it spread. Ling Zhao's existence helped to keep the Federation safe for long enough. In the past, other countries had no choice but to hold back their desires to attack, but this didn't align with the motive of their organization. Hence, they must swarm Ling Zhao with problems so that he wouldn't have the time to care about them. That way, they could fish in troubled waters. Ah, my father's innate talent is the strongest one. He can duplicate other people's domains. Whoa, as expected of my father, he is so strong. Little Four's eyes were filled with respect. He was elated. On the other hand, Ling Lan was worried. If Ling Han told the Flying Dragon Special Forces about this, it would be troublesome for her father. Ling Lan believed that the Federation would not let anyone with this powerful innate talent have any freedom. In that instant, Ling Lan wanted to kill the 3 people in front of her, including Ling Han, who was from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. This was the only way her father's secret would remain a secret. However, she calmed down quickly. Since the other party said Ling Zhao's secret so blatantly, it meant that they had made ample preparations. It would not be of any help if she killed the 3 of them. The organization that Gu Zhengerong was in would use other channels to spread the secret. Ling Lan sighed. She hoped that her father could safely pass through this crisis. I'm still too weak. Ling Lan was a low-level officer. She couldn't help her father in confrontations between high-ranking officers. Looks like I have to become stronger and climb up the hierarchy. This is the only way I can help father. Ling Lan felt a strong sense of urgency. Both parties got what they wanted. Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong didn't have any intentions of talking to each other anymore. They looked at each other in the eyes silently for 3 seconds. Suddenly, the Domain Realm Master who was threatened by Ling Han's lightning spears moved away quickly. When he finally escaped from the spears, he felt a huge sense of relief. Ling Han showed him some mercy because he wanted to focus on Gu Zhengerong. If not, the Domain Realm Master would not have succeeded so easily. At the same time, Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong attacked one another. The shrill sound of electricity echoed through the forest. 2 lightning spears collided. Sparks flew everywhere. The 2 of them were on par with one another. After a few rounds of fighting, the Domain Realm Master at the side noticed a weakness and decided to act. Chapter 762. The weakness of duplication? Gu Zhengerong just duplicated the lightning domain, so his ability to control it was still poor. After fighting a few rounds with Ling Han, the lightning spear in his hand turned unstable. Then, under a continuous barrage of Ling Han's powerful attacks, the lightning spear in his hand dispersed, turning into lightning bolts which slowly disappeared into the air. Ling Han's eyes lit up, and the lightning spear in his hand got stronger. He stabbed viciously at Gu Zhengerong, intending to kill him with a single strike. Gu Zhengerong didn't panic. A thick and sturdy earth wall appeared in front of him, helping him to block the attack. The lightning spear pierced into the earth wall. The powerful lightning energy was grounded with the help of the earth wall, immediately dispersing the lightning energy, making Ling Han stunned. While he was stunned, the ground below Ling Han suddenly puffed up. It turned into a huge mouth, wanting to swallow Ling Han whole. Ling Han immediately retreated. He wanted to dodge Gu Zhengerong's attack, but it was too late. Ling Han got swallowed by the formed earth cavity, encasing him in an earth coffin. The Domain Realm Master had been waiting for this chance. He lowered his right hand, and his fingernails lengthened and turned black. It grew to around 10 centimeters. His nails were glinting like a piece of metal, seemingly to be so sharp that it was able to cut light. After preparing himself, the Domain Realm Master disappeared from his spot. He appeared next to the earth coffin in an instant. He reached out his hand and forcefully stabbed it into the coffin. The position was where Ling Han's heart was. The strong fingernails broke the walls of the coffin easily. It looked as though he had succeeded. The Domain Realm Master gave a delighted smile. Suddenly, his face scrunched up and he let out a scream full of agony. Right below his hand, another hand with multiple purple lightning bolts snaked around it had stabbed through the earth wall and pierced through his chest. On the backside of the body, one could see the hand holding a still beating heart. Gu Zhengerong narrowed his eyes. He released his power and flew back a few meters. Boom! The coffin exploded without any warning. A figure snaked by numerous purple lightning bolts walked out of the debris, perfectly imaging Thor descending from Asgard. Ling Han looked at the Domain Realm Master who was on his last breath. He said calmly, "Just as I expected, there is a weakness in your domain." He actually managed to penetrate his opponent's body so easily. A real Domain Realm Master's body would be protected by his domain, and it would not be this weak. Weakness? The Domain Realm Master vomited blood. He knew that he was going to die soon, but he didn't want to leave without resolving his doubts, so he held on to his last breath and spoke with much difficulty. "You didn't break through Qi Jin through hard work or by having years of experience. And you never unleash your potential under the assistance of a powerful Domain Realm Master. Neither did you face a life or death situation that helped you to break through to the domain stage. That means that you reached the domain stage using some other alternate means." Ling Han frowned. He didn't know how to explain his feelings. "I feel that you are cheating. You all use some unknown methods to cheat and reach the domain stage. The first Domain Realm Master I met must have been created through this method. The Domain Realm Master Meng Sharon is fighting should be the same too. We are all Domain Realm Masters, right?" Gu Zhengerong was puzzled too. Hence, He helped the dying Domain Realm Master to ask this question. Why would there be a weakness? Ling Han scoffed. It's like the production of a mecha. Without having the perfect foundation, it would always result in a flawed product. Gu Zhengerong thought about his innate talent duplication. He could feel that there was a flaw in his innate talent, but he didn't want to believe it. General Ling Zhao's innate talent was the same as his. How could General Ling Zhao innate talent not be flawed? But he was. This might be the price humans had to pay for going against nature. Only people who naturally break through Qijin or have a stable elemental domain have the right to be called Domain Realm Masters. Those that got their potential forced out through life or death situations had a weaker foundation compared to those who broke through naturally. They would need to use the time after that to understand their domain and learn how to stabilize it. Some might take less than 5 years, while others might take 10 years or even more than 30 years. Worst of all is that a portion of them might drop to Qijin again. This unstable domain phase is known as a pseudo-domain. Ling Han thought about himself. That year, he was young and arrogant. He wanted to become the most powerful and talented person in the Flying Dragon Special Forces. When he didn't manage to break through the Qijin stage at 18 years old, he applied to use external means for him to break through to the domain stage. Although he finally managed to achieve the domain stage after experiencing a few close death experiences, the consequences were greater than what he was prepared for. He had to use 3 years to stabilize his domain to finally become a true Domain Realm Master. Then, he had to spend 2 additional years to gain a deeper understanding of the domain stage. He had almost lost his confidence as a Domain Realm Master during this time, but he was lucky to have gained it. This kind of fortunate feeling kept coming back to him whenever he gained a deeper understanding of the domain stage. He needed to use his entire lifetime to compensate for the shortcut he took. Ling Han didn't know if he should regret his rash decision in the past. He didn't even know whether if he could break through the Qijin stage if he didn't use external means. Would he be able to achieve the domain stage by his own power? Everything was uncertain. Ling Han thought about this and his gaze turned resolute. If he could do it once, he could do it again. This was the first time Gu Zhengerong heard that there were different categories of people who had achieved the domain stage. Even those people who used external means had flaws in their domain. What about him then? What about us? What about our domains? Gu Zhengerong wanted to know this answer. Ling Han shook his head in pity. You all have some understanding about the domain stage, but it's just scattered information. For instance, you. Ling Han looked at the Domain Realm Master who wanted to get an exact answer before he died. Your offensive skills are quite powerful, but your defense is extremely weak. It's almost non-existent. This is definitely not right. A real Domain Realm Master might have a difference in strength in their offensive and defensive abilities, but it won't be so vast. You might be able to easily kill a person below the domain stage, but once you meet a really powerful Domain Realm Master, your weakness will be amplified by 1,000-fold. Ling Han thought for a moment before continuing. If I give 100 points to a person who used his own effort and experience to achieve the domain stage, a person in the pseudo-domain stage would have 50 points. You will only have 25 to 30 points. Pseudo-domain masters could use their hard work to compensate for the 50 points they lacked. However, I don't know if you even have the chance to reach 100 points at all. From the looks of it, your domain can only be known as fake domain. Ling Han's analysis was the same as what Ling Lan had thought. Even the name he gave was the same too. Fake domain. Fake domain. It's fake. The Domain Realm Master was dejected and angry. He was angry because he was fooled for so many years. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to vent his anger. He breathed his last breath and died. The heart that Ling Han was holding on to stopped beating. What a pity. The lightning snakes crackled around Ling Han's hand for a moment, and the heart was burned into ashes. He flicked his fingers and said to Gu Zhengerong, who was still dumbfounded, "We have been roommates for half a month. That is fate. What I said just now is to repay this fate." Gu Zhengerong was the strongest person created through the experiment, so he quickly regained his composure. He scoffed. "I have to thank you for your kind intentions then. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Ling Han could use his lightning element all throughout his body. It meant that he was in the middle stage of domain. Gu Zhengerong had been in the domain stage for many years, but he was still at the primary stage. He didn't have the opportunity to progress further. In the past, he could fool himself and say that the time was not right, but now, just like what Ling Han said, it might have something to do with the method the organization allowed him to reach the domain stage. Ling Lan was watching the fight between Ling Han and Gu Zhengerong at the side. She saw the lightning bolts around Ling Han and nodded. As expected of someone from the Huaxia Federation, he is difficult to deal with. She was right to say that the records by the Federation were just to show normal civilians and other countries. Many outstanding talents were kept a secret. This was the right decision. If other countries knew the exact strength of your country would be soon destroyed. However, Ling Lan's attention was not on Ling Han. She was focused on Gu Zhengerong. Just now, Gu Zhengerong had revealed a weakness of the innate talent duplication. He was able to duplicate other people's domain, but he couldn't duplicate their skills and comprehension of their domain. Hence, he wasn't able to duplicate it perfectly. If not, Gu Zhengerong would have realized how powerful Ling Han was, and the Domain Realm Master would not have died to a surprise attack. Chapter 763, Northeastern Muki. Ling Lan didn't know if this weakness was because Gu Zhengerong was not powerful enough, or was it a weakness of the innate talent. Is it a unique weakness of the innate talent duplication? Ling Lan was confused. She decided to look for her father when she goes back home. She realized that her father was keeping many secrets from her. Looks like the innate talent duplication is not that strong. Ling Han noticed this weakness too. Gu Zhengerong didn't look good. There was a weakness in his innate talent. He could duplicate other people's domain and control the domain, but that was it. Any further progression would require much of his time and effort. He didn't know if it was a natural weakness or was it unique to him. His innate talent duplication had another flaw too, and it was something only he knew. He could only duplicate up to 2 people's domains. If he wanted to duplicate another domain, he needed to give up one of the original 2 domains. It meant that the time spent on understanding the said domain would be wasted. This was why he was very picky when duplicating a domain. He was afraid that he would meet a better domain. Then, his efforts before it would be for nothing. The first element he chose to duplicate was the earth element. He realized the weakness in his defense, so he chose the earth element, which was the strongest in terms of defense. Since he managed to become the strongest person created by the organization, Gu Zhengerong was no doubt an intelligent person. He had already realized the flaws in his domain, but he kept it to himself. He didn't care much about the other domain that he had because he knew that it was just temporary. He would have to give it up anyway. Only when Ling Han's domain appeared did he realize that his domain was the domain he was waiting for. He had the most powerful defensive element, Earth, and now, he had the most powerful offensive element, lightning. This was the best path Gu Zhengerong had planned for himself. Gu Zhengerong had calculated everything. However, he didn't expect Ling Han to be so powerful. Ling Han survived the combined attacks of him and his comrade and even managed to kill the latter. The person in a dire situation now was him, Gu Zhengerong. Thinking about this, Gu Zhengerong felt like giving up, but his life was just starting, so he didn't want to die now. The ground below Gu Zhengerong suddenly opened. Gu Zhengerong sank into the ground and disappeared in an instant. Ling Han's expression changed. He raised his hand and a bolt of purple lightning shot out of his hand. Boom! The lightning bolt struck the floor and flowed underground. Huh? Ling Han raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't hit Gu Zhengerong. Where did Gu Zhengerong go? Ling Han didn't believe that Gu Zhengerong was able to escape from his domain space in such a short time. When he killed the Domain Realm Master, he had activated his domain and encased Gu Zhengerong within his domain. This was why he was able to speak so calmly with Gu Zhengerong. He was confident that Gu Zhengerong would not be able to escape his domain space. How did he do it? Ling Han was curious. Because he duplicated your domain. A familiar voice was heard. Ling Han looked up and saw Meng Sharon leaning against a tree nonchalantly. It seems like he had already killed his opponent. You saw everything? Ling Han was not surprised that Meng Sharon was here. Yes, I came when you killed the Domain Realm Master. Meng Sharon didn't come too close, he just stood beside the tree. He was a Domain Realm Master too, but he didn't want to get barraged by the seemingly infinite number of powerful lightning bolts. I know who you are, but we should still follow the procedure. Ling Han raised his eyebrows. 928 Chakram 98 RQ. Ling Han said a series of alphabets and numbers, and Meng Sharon gave an evil smile. This was the person he was looking for. He replied with another series of alphabets and numbers. Then, they exchanged some codes. Ling Han smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Nino. I'm from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Mukaran? From Northeastern Muki. Meng Sharon, whose real name was Mukaran, replied. Mukan was a lazy person, so he didn't change much of his name. First rank elite family, Northeastern Muki? Why isn't your name Muki Karan? Tang Ninu was puzzled. Mukan smiled. Once members of Northeastern Muki leave planet Guangdong and become a soldier, we would have to choose between the surname Mu or Chi. This is a rule set by our ancestors. Don't ask me why. He knew what Ling Han wanted to ask him, so he answered to him directly. Tang Ninu was not a stubborn person. Once he heard Mukan's answer, he didn't probe further. The conversation just now seemed casual, but they were exchanging glances with each other. Tang Ninu suddenly removed his lightning domain. At the same time, Mukan took over with his fire domain seamlessly. Come out. Mukan pointed, and a fire dragon flew towards the direction he was pointing at. The fire dragon slammed onto a part of the ground that looked normal. A huge explosion occurred and a figure jumped up haggardly from the crater. Faint lightning bolts were flashing around him. You managed to achieve a balance between the lightning element and the earth element. No wonder you are the most powerful person in the organization. You should be the most successful and closest to perfect case that those fake Domain Realm Masters were talking about, right? Mukan gave his evil smile. Gu Zhengerong looked at Mukaran in astonishment. I didn't know that you know about this. Not everyone is willing to become an experiment. Mukan thought about Su Pei. If they didn't come, he would become the next Gu Zhengerong, right? He just wondered if Su Pei would become just like Gu Zhengerong after the experiment succeeded. For some reason, Mukan believed that since the faction dared to experiment with these youths who hated them for tricking them, they would definitely have a way to make them listen obediently to their orders and work for them. Thinking about this, Mukan frowned. He started to feel hatred towards the organization that Gu Zhengerong was in. He thought about the righteous and chivalrous side Gu Zhengerong showed during this half a month they were together. He couldn't help but ask, haven't you thought of leaving your organization and come to the good side? Gu Zhengerong smiled. What is good? What is bad? Good and evil are defined by the winners of the battle. Only the winner has the right to speak. Don't you know this rule? Chapter 764, Old Man Hong. Mukan only smiled after hearing Gu Zhengerong's words of mockery. He didn't get angry, he only asked because he felt it was unfortunate for a talented individual like Gu Zhengerong to befall in a doomed organization. Gu Zhengerong would be his opponent since he was keen on following his organization to the bitter end. The three of them seemed to all have the same idea. The entire forest was silent for a short while, then in the next second, all three of them sent out a terrifying domain energy wave which were of the lightning, fire and earth element. Faced with the two of the strongest offensive elements in the domain stage, Gu Zhengerong had no choice but to give up on using the lightning domain he had copied and return to using what he was proficient in, the earth domain. Additionally, the defensive properties of the earth domain was the strongest. In a 2 versus 1 fight, he would die a horrible death if he was to attack carelessly. One purple lightning bolt and one flaming arrow hit a mud wall. The collision between all three elements caused an explosion to occur. As the dust settled, 3 silhouettes flew towards 3 different directions. 2 of them landed firmly on the ground while the third one stood his ground only after taking many steps backwards. Ugh! Gu Zhengerong, who had just managed to stand firmly on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood with a pained expression on his face. Tang Nin's domain was already stronger than Gu Zhengerong's domain. It was impossible for Gu Zhengerong to not be injured after taking a hit from the combined attacks of Tang Ninu and Mu Karen. Gu Zhengerong knew his situation very well. He didn't want to fight, but he had no choice but to fight. He wanted to run, but the two people standing in front of him would not give him a chance to run. However, it didn't mean he didn't have a chance to live. This forest was near his headquarters, so as long as he could hold on until those at the headquarters discovers his situation, they would send reinforcements to save him, then he would be able to live. After that, he would be repaying the two people who were standing before him in blood. Gu Zhengerong desperately tried to prolong the fight, but sadly Tang Ninu and Mu Karen weren't idiots. They quickly discovered Gu Zhengerong's plan. The two of them looked at each other and understood what they needed to do. Purple lightning began to crackle around Tang Ninu's body, while Mu Karen became a dragon made of fire, and they danced around with one another. They looked like they were combining into double-colored spiral bolt. The two of them prepared to use their most powerful attack to try to kill their opponent right there. Gu Zhengerong's expression became complicated, and he was quite anxious. Why hadn't reinforcements arrived? What happened to the headquarters? At that moment, a dozen black-suited individuals appeared outside the gate and successfully killed the two guards at the gate. The leader of the group in black looked around at his comrades and said in a serious manner, "Our comrades helped us lure those domain experts away. We have to use this chance. Once we enter the inner parts of this headquarters, we have to be ready to give up our lives if necessary." "Yes, Captain." The men dressed in black shouted in unison. At that moment another man that was dressed in black, who stood beside the door, shouted, "I got it." The gate opened and a pitch-black darkness appeared behind it, which seemingly able to swallow light. "Go inside." The captain led the dozen of men in black and headed into the darkness without any hesitation. Not long after, there were sounds of gunshots being fired from within. Beep beep beep. The entire headquarters' alarm had gone off. The originally quiet and orderly headquarters instantly got into a state of panic. The boss of the headquarters heard the alarm ringing in his room and had a serious expression on his face. What were those domain experts doing out there? How have intruders gotten into my headquarters? He immediately ran out and went towards the surveillance room. In the surveillance room, the video feed of the gate showed that men in black suits had already taken over the entrance. The guards there couldn't do anything, and were all defeated. The men in black got into inner areas of the headquarters, but of course, they also had a few casualties during the battle. As for the situation outside of the gate, they were none the wiser as to ensure hackers couldn't get in from the outside. There weren't any surveillance equipment in the forest area. Now, their decision came back to bite them in the back. Finish off these invaders. Did they actually think the powers that protected the headquarters were only those domain experts? Yes, boss. This order was sent out from their boss, which caused the entire headquarters to move out. They wanted to quickly get rid of these invaders. At that moment, the deputy beside the headquarters boss softly asked, "Boss, should we notify Elder Hong?" The boss of the headquarters glared at him and said, "You think we should ask Elder Hong for such a small problem?" The deputy immediately nodded and didn't dare to say another word. "Right. Where's young Master Hong?" "He's still in the forest and hasn't notified us." The deputy immediately answered. The boss frowned. He was quite worried about the fact there wasn't any information coming from Gu Zhengerong. Right at that moment, the boss's expression suddenly changed. He immediately ran out of the surveillance room. He jumped around and reached the square of the headquarters and looked at the gate of the headquarters with a serious expression. The deputy stumbled out of the surveillance room and ran to the square with tired and audible pants. After seeing his boss just standing there and gazing at the gate, he shouted in a confused tone, "Boss, what's wrong?" "Elder Hong has moved out." The boss said that and jumped once again. He then reached the gate of the headquarters. The deputy couldn't help but stumble downwards and follow in his boss's footsteps. Around the entrance of the headquarters, A dozen men in black had already been grounded to dust by a strong domain. There were only pools of blood everywhere. If it wasn't for the fact that he had seen the invaders with his own eyes, he might have even thought that the video feed he saw earlier was fake. Ah, they're all dead. The deputy saw a pool of blood and shouted excitedly. If Elder Hong was to make a move, why would he leave any of them alive? The boss knew very well how terrifying Elder Hong could be. It was just that Elder Hong had made a move not because there were invaders, otherwise he wouldn't leave the headquarters. There was only one possibility that could make Elder Hong leave the headquarters and go somewhere. That was if young Master Rong was in danger. It seems that we can't keep this headquarters anymore. If even young Master Rong was in danger, that meant the investigators the Federation sent were not standard soldiers and were real experts. The reason the Federation escalated it was possibly because they had strong evidence in their hands. Even if things were to get hairy, they weren't afraid of public outbursts. We've hardly operated for a few years. The boss felt that it was unfortunate. He now hoped that Elder Hong could take out the experts sent by the military, scaring the military to not dare to send any more of their forces out. Then, they would be able to easily relocate their headquarters to a different location. Inside the forest, Tang Inu and Mu Ken finally completed the preparations of their final move. They waved their hands almost simultaneously. A lightning dragon and fire dragon flew out from Tang Inu and Mu Ken. The dragons opened their mouths and ruthlessly waited for Gu Zhengerong's head. At Gu Zhengerong's position, the earth suddenly rose up and wrapped around his body, creating a sand coffin. Bomb, bomb. The continuous collision between the two large dragons and the sand coffin created deafening sounds. When the two dragons noticed that they weren't breaking through the sand coffin, they raised their heads and ruthlessly collided with it once again. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Every time they collided, the two dragons grew in size. Behind them, their masters had pale expression on their faces. It seems the powerful attack made them deplete their domain's energy reserves. Breakthrough. Mu Ken suddenly shouted. As though it had felt its master's willpower and spiritual pressure, the large fire dragon lifted its head and ruthlessly collided with the sand coffin once again. Although Tang Inu didn't make a sound, his lightning dragon also crashed into the sand coffin in a similar manner. The two large dragons crashed into the sand coffin almost simultaneously. Bang! A terrifying explosion shook the entire forest area. In the center of the explosion, countless dust particles filled the air. In the end, Gu Zhengerong's real body was exposed. The energy in the lightning and fire dragons were not completely depleted yet. They gathered up once again and shot towards Gu Zhengerong. Ah! After a cry of agony, the two dragons went straight through Gu Zhengerong's body after his defenses were down. The two dragons, that finally depleted their energy, disappeared into the air without a trace. Gu Zhengerong, who stood at that location, began to spit out vast amounts of blood. His eyes were wide open. In the end, he still get any reinforcements. Suddenly, the body parts below Gu Zhengerong's chest area turned to dust. Half of his torso and his head fell to the ground, faced with the burns from the fire element and the destructive force of the lightning element. Gu Zhengerong was already lucky that he still had his head intact. Gu Zhengerong, who fell to the ground, was still not willing to close his eyes, as if he was unwilling to die. Seeing this, Mu Ken couldn't help but sigh. This guy isn't bad and has good talent, just unfortunate. If back then, he wasn't taken in by that organization, Gu Zhengerong would probably have been one of their team members and not their enemy. That's fate, Tang Inu said calmly. Right as Mu Ken was about to say something, Tang Inu's expression suddenly changed, and he carried Mu Ken as he ran wildly towards the exit of the forest area. Ling Lan, who had been watching the fight the entire time, also had a small change in her expression. She moved slightly and left the place she was hiding in. It was just that when she left, she took a look at Gu Zhengerong's head that was left on the ground and was somewhat doubtful of it. Right as Tang Inu and Mu Ken left the scene, the place where they stood had a person appearing. That person had a head full of white hair with an older appearance similar to an elder who had already experienced life to its fullest. On the ground, Gu Zhengerong's head that was left on the ground suddenly spoke. Elder Hong, if you came any later, then I would really be dead. Don't worry, young Master Rong, as long as your mind isn't destroyed, then you're immortal. Elder Hong held up Gu Zhengerong's head and snapped his fingers. Then, a person came down from the sky. Take young Master Rong to the laboratory and give him a new body, Elder Hong ordered. Yes, Elder Hong. The person who came to them carefully took Gu Zhengerong's head from Elder Hong. Elder Hong, are you going to chase those two? Asked Gu Zhengerong. Of course, since they dare to wound young Master Rong, then they must pay accordingly. Elder Hong's face had a face full of killing intent. Alright, but keep them alive. I want to kill them myself. Gu Zhengerong had savage look on his face. Although he could change his body, that was still his own body. It was destroyed just like that. How could he not hate them? Chapter 765. A painting. Don't worry, young Master Rong. Elder Hong smiled and waved his hand. He signaled his subordinate to bring young Master Rong's head back to the base quickly. Although young Master Rong was able to keep his mindscape alive for some time due to a secret magic art, there was still a time limit to it. The forest was full of danger, so the sooner they send it back, the sooner he would feel at ease. Then, he could focus all of his attention on catching those two brats. The subordinate received Elder Hong's order and immediately rushed back to the headquarters with Gu Zhengerong's head. Elder Hong allowed his subordinate to send the head back because he was confident that no one was able to injure young Master Rong when he, Elder Hong, the god of this forest, was here. As he watched his subordinate safely leaving his domain, he then turned and looked at the direction where Tang Ninu and Mu Shao went. In the next second, he disappeared. Tang Ninu and Mu Karen were escaping furiously. Just as they were about to reach the exit of the forest, something changed. The trees around them suddenly exponentially grew taller and started moving frantically around them. Then, the trees attacked the two of them with their whip-like branches without any warning. Tang Ninu and Mu Karen knew that they couldn't evade the branches, because once they do, more and more branches would be flying towards them, especially in a forest with an unimaginable number of trees, so they released their lightning bolts and fire dragons simultaneously onto the trees. It's common sense that trees were afraid of lightning and fire as they were quite flammable. However, there seemed to be something protecting these huge trees from catching on fire. They were able to bounce the lightning bolts and flames away from their trunks, and even their leaves were protected. Soon, they were wantonly chasing the two people that wanted to run past them, back into the forest. Suddenly, Tang Ninu and Mu Karen were sent flying up in the air while vomiting a mouthful of blood before slamming onto the ground heavily. A single strike was enough to severely injure them. The other party must be a domain realm master who had a title. Unexpectedly, the headquarters actually had such a powerful domain expert guarding it. Elder Hong appeared in front of them. He looked at them and asked, "Are you the brats who hurt young Master Rong?" Young Master Rong, hurt? Tang Ninu and Mu Shao exchanged glances with one another. They felt that this person was referring to Gu Zhengerong, but wasn't he supposed to be dead? Is he not dead yet and was just injured? The two of them were uncertain. Since the two of you destroyed young Master Rong's body, you must pay the price. Elder Hong reached out his hands, making him seem like a grim reaper who had come to casually reap some lives. But Tang Ninu and Mu Shao wouldn't give up their lives so easily. A lightning shield and a firewall appeared in front of them. Fire and lightning. You two are the ones who destroyed young Master Rong's body. Well then, you will repay with your bodies then. Elder Hong was elated. He was worried that there were no suitable bodies for young Master Rong back at the base. Now, there were two high-quality bodies lying in front of him. In your dreams. Tang Ninu wiped the blood off his mouth. He stood up slowly. He was certain that young Master Rong was Gu Zhengerong. The organization was probably able to keep someone alive even when the person's body was destroyed. They just had to change body for the person who died. This was not a normal medical skill. Tang Ninu came from the Flying Dragon Special Forces, so he knew some secret documents which recorded the forbidden things done by humans, human experiments, etc. Mukan stood up too. He wiped his blood off his mouth and laughed softly. I didn't know that I will meet such opponents in a disguise mission. Interesting. He lowered his voice and whispered to Tang Ninu, leave. I will take care of this. If you stay back, you will be as good as dead. Tang Ninu knew what he wanted to do. This opponent in front of them couldn't be compared to the fake domain realm masters they had faced just now. Are we able to leave if you stay behind as well? Mukan mocked him. It might not work, but there is at least some hope. Tang Ninu raised his right hand, releasing a ferocious lightning dragon into the air. I, Tang Ninu, will not abandon my brother in arms to survive. If you don't want to run, I will do it. Mukan was furious. Sure. Tang Ninu replied calmly, that is what I wish for. If he stayed back and stopped their opponent, Mukan would have a higher chance of escaping. This was in his opinion the best plan. Mukan had complex feelings towards Tang Ninu. Tang Ninu might not know who he was, but he knew who Tang Ninu was. He was the person who was given up by the Flying Dragon Special Forces in favor of Tang Ninu. Mukan and Tang Ninu were of the same age. The two of them were born in two unrelated planets, Planet Guangdong and Planet Wangjiao. However, their paths started colliding when they were 8 years old. That year, their innate talents were both awakened. They were much faster than most people and their elements were both powerful offensive elements. The Flying Dragon Special Forces had been observing all the children in the Federation, so they instantly got a hold of this news. Hence, Mukan and Tang Ninu got picked up by the Federation at the same time. The Flying Dragon Special Forces needed a new leader for the new generation. And over time Mukan and Tang Ninu became the forefronts of the number of potential candidates for this position. After a few rounds of intensive fights, Tang Ninu managed to enter the Flying Dragon Special Forces while Mukan failed and was sent to another place. Everyone only knew of the base camp of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. They didn't know that the Flying Dragon Special Forces actually had two base camps. The other one was the Shadow Camp, which no one knew of its existence. The Shadow Camp was filled with a bunch of outstanding talents too, but they were just a little worse than the members who managed to enter the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Hence, they were brought there. Mukan came there to be groomed to be Tang Ninu's shadow. A shadow was not someone who had to remain hidden in the dark. He was in the same position as Tang Ninu in the Shadow Camp. The two of them were competitors. However, Tang Ninu didn't know of his existence. If he overtook Tang Ninu in terms of capabilities, he would replace Tang Ninu and join the Flying Dragon Special Forces in his stead. Of course, the possibility of that happening was very low. All the resources Tang Ninu received were a tier higher than him. Furthermore, Tang Ninu's potential was greater than his from the very beginning. Unless he gave up on himself, it would be impossible for Mukan to surpass him. Since he and many others in the Shadow Camp could compete with the soldiers in the Flying Dragon Special Forces, why did Flying Dragon Special Forces create the Shadow Camp and groom them there and not in just one base camp? It was because they were backups. What would happen if the talents in the Flying Dragon Special Forces got killed in a mission? It would be a huge blow to the Federation. Hence, shadow members like them would replace the position of the people who had died and become the new leaders of Flying Dragon Special Forces. By right, his mission was to watch from the side and cover up for Tang Ninu in case he was in danger. Additionally, he was not supposed to help him. However, he couldn't stop himself from helping him in the end, and now, both of them were in danger. Mukan suddenly wanted to laugh. If he and Tang Ninu both died here, how would the people in the Flying Dragon Special Forces react? The two leaders that they groomed for almost 20 years died at the same time. Mukan looked at Tang Ninu intently. If they didn't die in this mission, he would obediently stay as Tang Ninu's shadow. Mukan made a decision. A fire dragon appeared beside him, and it started twirling in the air. Elder Hong smiled sarcastically. Multiple branches appeared behind him and flew towards the two young men. Tang Ninu and Mukan waved their hand. The two dragons beside them rushed forward. However, the difference in power was too vast. Their opponent broke their offense easily. The branches easily pierced through into the firewall and lightning shield protecting them. Kaka, kaka. The firewall and lightning shield shattered into pieces. Tang Ninu and Mukan watched helplessly as the thick branches moved closer to them. They would not be able to escape this time. Bang! A huge collision occurred. An enormous ice mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. The tree branches slammed into the ice mountain, flinging some ice shards into the air. Some of it hit Mukaran and Tang Nina's faces. The piercing cold from those small pieces of ice shard caused them to shiver. Elder Hong's expression changed. He waved his hand and all the branches retracted. The entire forest resumed its calmness. The ice mountain exuded a dangerous cold air that formed an intimidating mist in the forest. An ice element domain realm master. Tang Nina and Mukaran looked at each other. They couldn't contain their excitement. They were saved. The military actually sent a domain realm master for this mission. The power this person showed proved that he must be someone with a title. Who is it? Elder Hong shouted angrily. Silence. Besides the three of them, there seemed to be no one in the forest. Damn it. Elder Hong was frustrated when he couldn't find the other party. His white hair flew up. He placed his palms together and shouted, "Ultimate blockade!" Branches and leaves started growing out of the ground and manifesting in the sky. They formed two huge nets, one below and one above. The two nets moved closer to one another, attempting to capture anyone inside. Tang Nina and Mukan got nervous again. This Earth Element Domain Realm Master had shown the power of a formidable warrior. He might be even stronger than a titled Domain Realm Master. Ice blockade. A cold voice rang through the forest. The furiously expanding branches instantly got frozen. They stopped moving. Within a second, the green world had turned into an ice-cold world. Only ice could be seen. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Tang Nina and Mukaran. The person's back was facing them. He was wearing a black windbreaker, and the windbreaker was swaying slowly in the freezing cold wind. The person had such a cold force of presence. When he stood in this ice world, Tang Nina and Mukan felt that it was so picturesque as if they were looking at a painting of the ruler in an ice-cold world. Chapter 766, Throw Them Out. Who are you? Elder Hong frowned. He could feel continuous wafts of cold air coming from this person. Additionally, his gaze was icy that even he didn't dare to look straight at it rashly. The powerful force of presence couldn't conceal the strong vitality exuding out of the person in front of him. It was obvious that this domain realm master was at his prime age. He might be around 40 years old or maybe even younger. Around 30 years old? Elder Hong didn't even have the thought that this person could be even younger. There was a document in the Federation stating that someone from the Federation managed to achieve the domain stage at 25 years old, but the power the person showed just now proved that he was not someone who had just achieved the domain stage. Such a powerful and destructive technique could only be used by someone who had a full grasp of the domain stage. Furthermore, this person must have many years of experience on the battlefield to have created such a technique. He must at the tip of the pyramid of domain realm masters, a titled domain realm formidable warrior. Becoming a titled domain realm formidable warrior was the goal of every domain realm master. To achieve this goal, a domain realm master must create his or her own powerful technique. The strength of each titled domain realm formidable warrior was different, but that was just within realm of titled domain realm formidable warriors. No matter how weak a titled domain realm formidable warrior was, he could easily defeat an average domain realm master. The difference in power was not something that could be covered with innate talent. Elder Hong asked this question because he couldn't think of anyone that fit the description of the physical characteristics of the person in front of him. He recalled all the ice element domain realm masters, but all their ages were different than the age he had concluded the person in front of him was. Did a titled domain realm formidable warrior pass by and coincidentally felt his domain energy? Did he come because he wanted to have a fight with him? If that was the case, Elder Hong wanted to vomit blood. The person didn't reply to Elder Hong. He just looked at Elder Hong directly and said two words coldly. Move aside. Elder Hong didn't expect the other party to reject him directly. His face turned red in anger. His white hair stood up as he shouted, "How dare you!" As he shouted, the branches that were frozen broke free from the ice and attacked the person. He wanted to pierce multiple holes in this person to vent his anger. The sound of branches striking something could be heard. Ice crumbs flew everywhere. blocking Tang Ninu and Mukan's vision. They didn't know what was happening, but they were afraid at the fact that their savior could be injured by the old man. Finally, the attack stopped. The ice crumbs dispersed. The entire ground was filled with thick branches stabbed into it. Actually, the ground couldn't even be seen anymore. The man in a black windbreaker stood elegantly on a tree branch. His windbreaker swayed slowly. He was looking calmly at Elder Hong. Elder Hong felt the gaze of the two young men. He turned suddenly and waved his hand. Numerous branches flew towards them viciously. Even if someone stepped in, he didn't plan to let the two young men off. The man in a black windbreaker noticed this. He lifted his right hand immediately and an ice wall was erected in front of Mukan and Tang Ninu, blocking Elder Hong's attack successfully. However, an ice wall was not as sturdy as an ice mountain. After receiving the attack, it shattered into ice cubes and was scattered all over the forest. Elder Hong saw this person constantly interfering with him and finally lost his patience. He gave up the thought of persuading the person to leave. He placed his hands together. The branches around Tang Ninu and Mukan moved towards them. If this person wanted to stop him, let him do it. Let's see who uses up their energy first. Elder Hong was confident that he would be the last man standing as the environment was really favorable for him. There were ample wood elements in the forest, so he didn't need to use too much of his domain energy. Compared to him, his opponent had already used up all the water elements around them. If he continued fighting, the ice element domain energy he needed to churn out was definitely much more than him. The attacks from all four corners couldn't be stopped by one or two ice walls. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes. She placed her hands together, and four walls were formed around Tang Ninu and Mukan. At the same time, four snowflakes appeared in midair. Each of them landed on top of the four walls. It then started to emanate a chilling breeze, freezing together everything part of the walls, forming a huge ice cube. Tang Ninu and Mukan were also encased in the giant ice cube, protecting them from harm. Little White, throw them out. The man in a black windbreaker was Ling Lan. She was also irritated by Elder Hong's continuous attacks. She knew what his intention was. He wanted to expend her energy. She wasn't afraid of this, but being on the passive end made her feel frustrated. Hence, Ling Lan used her spiritual power to ask Little White, who was doing something somewhere in the forest, to throw Tang Ninu and Mukan out, as these two being here were just a burden to her. When Little White heard its master's order, it quickly rushed over while having no time to get rid of the blade of grass that was stuck in between his teeth. It didn't want to be hit by its master just because it was late. Its body started expanding. Soon, it became the size of a small mountain. All the trees around it cracked when it ran past them. The tentacles on its body flailed wildly in the air. It looked as though a UFO was attacking Planet Azure. Little White used its 10 thickest tentacles to attack the branches that were pounding the giant ice cube. Tang Ninu, who had been watching Ling Lan and Elder Hong's battle, felt his heart pounding furiously. A strong sense of danger was felt, and the source of that danger was behind him. He turned around, and a frightening massive creature with tentacles appeared in front of his eyes. In the next second, he could feel his eyeballs rolling back. Tang Ninu's fear affected Mukan too. He turned around in a flabbergasted manner when he saw 10 tentacles coming down on them. It made him so scared that he felt he would be smashed into a pile of meat by the tentacles. Bang, bang, bang. The tentacles slammed the branches into dust. These branches were created by Elder Hong using the wood element from the thick trees of the forest, but it was not as hard as Little White's tentacles. Chapter 767, A Bug Technique. Little White used 6 of its tentacles to hit the branches. The remaining 4 tentacles grabbed a hold of the giant ice cube and pulled it up from the ground. The giant ice cube was lifted up entirely. What is this so heavy? Little White used a lot of energy before it could lift it up. After its masters sneaked into the headquarters, it went around the forest eating furiously. The energy it was using now would need to be replenished with a lot of eating. Speaking of eating, sob, it finally could eat. The forest was full of delicious savage beasts. Many got them had been eaten by it already. If its master didn't order it that it couldn't finish all the beasts, It would have eaten everything, Little White cried. It was the right decision to follow Master. He could finally eat meat. It used all the energy it had and hurled the giant ice cube towards the direction of the academy. Then, it dusted off its tentacles and changed back to its mini ball form. It hopped and jumped back to its forest pantry and continued eating its grass. As for whether the giant ice cube would smash a hole in any of the buildings in the academy, it has nothing to do with it, Little White thought irresponsibly. Yes, it should eat more vegetables now. It just ate too much meat, and now, as of the result of that, it had a very bad case of indigestion. It must be because it hadn't eaten meat for 1,000 years, so its digestive system must have degraded. Little White was sad by its upset stomach. It must eat more vegetables so that its digestive system would get healthier. That way, it would not get indigestion again when it would eat a lot of meat in the future. Little White felt the importance of this task. It started chewing on the tiny blade of grass happily. Sob. The world outside its lake is so much more beautiful. Even this tiny blade of grass tastes so good. Little White raised its head and cried with joy. It was so touched. With this, it was sure that following its master was the best decision it made in its life. Ah! When he saw the huge creature with tentacles throwing him out, Tang Ninu, who was normally calm and composed, and Mukaran, who always seemed indifferent about anything, screamed in fear. Bang! The giant ice cube slammed into a certain school building, forming a huge hole in the roof of this 6th-level building. Due to everyone in school being preoccupied with Li Lang's sermon in the Great Hall, no one was in the building. However, the strong collision still attracted the attention of some teachers and students nearby. The giant ice cube was very sturdy, even after smashing into a building. It didn't even chip a little. Tang Ninu and Mukan inside were dizzy from the throw, but they weren't injured. How are we supposed to get out? Tang Ninu gave a gloomy look. He didn't want the teachers and students of the Azure Central Scout Academy to look at him like an animal in a zoo. If they were to find out his true identity, he would not have the face to return to the Flying Dragon Special Forces and be their leader anymore. Mukan aimed his hand at the ice to try to use his fire element to melt the giant ice cube, but not the slightest puff of fire could be seen. There was no element present in the giant ice cube other than the dominating ice element. This showed how powerful that Domain Realm Master was. Mukan tried to punch the ice wall, but no cracks were formed. Mukan shrugged, expressing that he had no idea. Time passed slowly, then they heard murmurs outside. To prevent exposing any danger to the students, the teachers didn't allow them to get close to the giant ice cube. After 3 minutes of strange murmurs, they heard some people coming up the stairs to investigate the hole in the roof. Mukan and Tang Ninu's faces turned dark. They were going to be discovered soon. They knew that they would definitely embarrass themselves today. They also had to explain why they were locked up in a giant ice cube too. Tang Ninu and Mukan felt their head hurting. They didn't want to be discovered. The giant ice cube seemed to have heard their thoughts. It suddenly started cracking, revealing a wide enough opening for them to escape from embarrassment. Tang Ninu and Mukan were elated, and they disappeared from the giant ice cube instantly. The giant ice pieces crumbled slowly and disappeared into the air. No signs of ice were left behind, only the slight chilliness in the air could be felt. In the end, no one knew what damaged the building's roof, and it became one of the mysteries of Azure Central Scout Academy. Little White's appearance not only scared Tang Ninu and Mukaran, Elder Hong got a shock too. He didn't know where this massive creature came from. This caused him to slow down his attacks. That was why Little White was able to hurl the giant ice cube away. But Little White only appeared for an instant. After it completed its mission, it turned back in its mini ball form and hid among the trees and bushes. Without the uprooted trees and the disturbed terrain caused by Little White, Elder Hong might have thought that he was hallucinating. Elder Hong was an experienced titled Domain Realm formidable warrior, so he vividly remembered how the creature threw the giant ice cube away and felt that it probably had to do with the two people inside the giant ice cube or the Domain Realm Master in front of him. He wanted to ask Ling Lan, but she had already started attacking him without giving him any time to ask. Without the two burdens, she could fight freely now. During the exchange of blow just now, Ling Lan discovered that Elder Hong was not just a normal titled domain realm formidable warrior. Maybe she could try something new today. Ever since she learned that skill, she didn't dare to use it on anyone yet. You would only know the power and usefulness of some techniques after you use them in a real battle. She hoped that her opponent would not disappoint her. Ling Lan released all her energy and created a mini ice world. She enclosed Elder Hong as well as the trees around them in her world. Elder Hong retaliated by allowing the plants around him to grow furiously, attempting to break through the ice world. This was a battle between life and death. The ice world killed all signs of life. The trees and plants wanted to use their undying spirit to break the ice world. This clash was a battle between their domains. The stronger person would last longer. After their domains furiously contending with each other for a few minutes, cracks started forming in the ice world. At last, a sapling broke through the ice blockade. The sounds of more cracking could be heard. The sound got louder and louder. The ice world was broken apart by numerous saplings and plants. In the battle of life and death, the power of life was stronger. Ice blockade lost. It was hard to win against the wood element in a forest as there was almost an infinite source of it. Ling Lan suddenly took a step back. A wooden spike had appeared at the place she was just standing at. If Ling Lan didn't move quickly just now, she would have been injured by it. She didn't manage to seal her opponent because there was a lack of water element in the forest. Her opponent managed to manipulate his element very well. Ling Lan felt enlightened. She looked at Elder Hong who was standing on a broken trunk. You are indeed a titled domain realm formidable warrior. Only people of this rank were able to change their bodies into their respective elements. This kind of domain realm masters was frightening. You never know when they would attack you, and there were also no warnings or signs for you to prepare yourself. The moment he finished speaking, he merged with the broken trunk. Ling Lan didn't know where he could be as there was wood all around her. The entire forest was covered in mist, so it was hard for Elder Hong to find Ling Lan too. This was a battle of patience, attentiveness, courage, and cautiousness. The entire forest was dead silent. It seemed as though there wasn't a tense battle occurring there. 10 seconds had passed. 20 seconds had passed. 1 minute had passed. 3 minutes had passed. Just when it looked as though the silence was going to continue longer, a hand shoot out from a tree and grabbed something in the thick mist. Ling Lan's right arm was grabbed by Elder Hong. You're dead. Elder Hong scoffed. Fusion. Ling Lan's right arm suddenly started turning into wood. The wood was slowly spreading to other parts of her body. Ling Lan was lifted out of the mist, revealing the entire right side of her body which had already turned into wood. Elder Hong felt that he was going to win, so he revealed his true form, showing a delighted smile on his face as he enjoyed his enemy dying in a slow and painful manner. Actually, you shouldn't grab a water element domain realm master. Ling Lan's force of presence suddenly changed. The coldness around her disappeared, turning the surroundings warm, and an innocent face with a smile was revealed. Elder Hong was flabbergasted. You, the little brother Xian who young Master Rong wanted to invite into the organization, was actually a titled domain realm formidable warrior. The water elements in the air slowly landed on the side of the body that was turned into wood, changing her body back to its normal state. How is that possible? Elder Hong was dumbfounded. His strongest technique, fusion, got broken just like that. You even revealed your true form. What a stupid decision. Ling Lan sighed as she flicked her fingers, and Elder Hong exploded, turning into a pool of blood. He didn't know how he died. Never use your true form to touch a water element domain realm formidable warriors. Ling Lan didn't know if this ability was unique to her or could all water element domain realm formidable warriors be able to use this technique as long as they understood how to use it. This must be a bug. If Ling Lan were to meet an opponent with this exact technique and was caught by it by surprise, she wouldn't be able to retaliate too. However, if her opponent didn't grab her with his real hand, this battle might not have ended this way. Ling Lan's force of presence changed again. The air around her turned cold. She waved her hand at the pool of blood, freezing it. Then, She snapped her fingers. The frozen blood turned into fine dust and dispersed into the air. Only the faint scent of blood was left. It too soon disappeared and was replaced by the fresh air of the forest. After she dusted off the dust in her hands, Ling Lan quickly returned back to her room. I've already locked them up for some time. It's probably about time to release them. Ling Lan snapped her fingers and a giant ice cube far away unsealed itself. Chapter 768, Who Taught Him Bad Things? When they were almost to their apartment, the door of their apartment opened, revealing Ling Lan, who opened the door excitedly. She widened her eyes in shock as she looked at the two of them. You! Why are you two like that? He offended me just now, so we fought. Mu Karen was slightly pale in the face. He looked at similarly pale-faced Tang Ninu while bearing with all the pain in his body, and forced a smile out. Ling Lan was puzzled. She didn't seem to understand why they needed to fight when they offended each other. Then, she saw Ling Han not wearing his uniform, and was only wearing a t-shirt. Did your uniform disappear during the fight? It was torn, so I threw it away, Ling Han said casually. Ling Lan nodded. She looked as though she believed what they said, all the while thinking in the head, these people sure have a lot of money to waste. Tang Ninu and Mu Xia felt relief when they saw how easy it was to fool to Ling Lan. Fortunately, their little brother Xian was an innocent person, so he didn't doubt their wounds, as these wounds could not be explained by a fight. The two of them wanted to go back to their rooms to dress their wounds. Additionally, they needed to report their findings. While they were thinking of reasons to excuse themselves, Ling Lan muttered to herself, Brother Gu forgot about me the moment he got a girlfriend. It has been a while since he left. Tang Ninu looked at Ling Lan's sad face. He didn't know how to explain to him. Although Gu Zhengerong was not dead, he would not be back soon. Furthermore, his mission was almost about to end. He would have to leave this school with Mu Xia soon. Tang Ninu could almost imagine how Pei Xian would react when he found out that he was tricked. For some reason, Tang Ninu felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He only met this young man for a short while, but he had already entered his heart. If little brother Xian entered the military in the future, he would take care of him properly. He might not be able to let him climb high up in ranks, but he could ensure that he would have a smooth journey ahead of him. This was enough to repay their friendship. Thinking about this, Tang Ninu felt that he shouldn't give Pei Xian any false hope. He said, Gu Zhengerong will not come back today. Ling Lan looked at him in surprise. She asked curiously, why not? Tang Ninu turned to Mu Kan decisively. Ask Shen. He was the one who told me. He was good at finding scapegoats. Mu Kan almost kneeled down. This bastard. Ling Lan controlled her urge to laugh. She wore a look of anticipation on her face. Mu Kan couldn't bear to ignore her. He gave Tang Ninu a just you wait sign with his hands and smiled. Xian, mature men would do something when they get bored. Your brother Gu did that something and doesn't have the energy to come back now. Would Xian understand what they were saying? Ling Lan gave them a look of contempt when she heard his answer. Is he having a one-night stand? Why did you have to explain it so complicatedly? Then, she returned to her room and banged the door shut. Mu Kan pointed at the door with his mouth agape. Then, he pointed at himself. I was too complicated? Tang Ninu nodded seriously. Yes. TSK. How would I know that little brother Xian knew about one-night stand? He raised his eyebrows. Who taught him those kinds of bad things? Tang Ninu shook his head firmly. He looked puzzled. Did you say anything strange to him? Do I look stupid? Mu Xia glared at Tang Ninu. Why would he teach his cute and innocent little brother Xian such things? Gu Zhengerong. The two of them thought about this person simultaneously. They immediately gritted their teeth. They were too soft on him just now. They should have killed him. If this person dared to appear in front of them again, they would definitely kill him. How dare he teach their little brother Xian bad things? Gu Zhengerong, who was waiting on the operation table for a new body, sneezed. The doctor beside him asked nervously, Young Master Rong, how are you feeling? If anything happened to young Master Rong, everyone in the headquarters would die a horrible death. I'm fine. Continue to prepare for the surgery. Gu Zhengerong felt that there was nothing wrong with him. He frowned and gave his order. After some time, he started to feel uneasy. He asked, Is Elder Hong back yet? Not yet, young Master Rong. Gu Zhengerong got even more uneasy. With Elder Hong's ability, he should be able to defeat Ling Han and Meng Shan within a few seconds. Why wasn't he back yet? The people sent to deal with them this time were stronger than expected. Did the Federation prepare a titled domain realm formidable warrior, or did they prepare someone even stronger? An imperial-level domain expert? Gu Zhengerong felt a chill down his spine. If that really did happen, he needed to get his new body as soon as possible. If not, he might die here. Gu Zhengerong immediately gave his order. We will not wait for Elder Hong. Get the material with the greatest potential here. He wanted to wait for Elder Hong to come back because he wanted Ling Han's body. However, from the looks of it, he had no time to wait. But the doctor wanted to say something, but Gu Zhengerong interrupted him fiercely. No buts. Start the operation immediately. The doctor instantly replied, yes, I'll prepare for the operation immediately. Very soon, a body was pushed into the room. After the doctor inspected it, he said with satisfaction, this body is not bad. Young Master Rong, what do you think? Gu Zhengerong lifted the sheet covering the face of the body, and a familiar face was revealed. It was Zhao Yiqiu. After Ling Lan sneaked into the base, Zhao Yiqiu was prepared to leave the forest to get some help. However, he was unlucky. Just as he was about to leave, another guard patrolling the area found him, so he didn't manage to escape the fate of being caught. Zhao Yiqiu was unconscious after he was given some tranquilizers. What he didn't know was that this would be the final moment of his life. It's him? Haha, good. Gu Zhengerong thought that his mission to infiltrate the military had failed, but it didn't look that way now. Let's use him. With one sentence, Gu Zhengerong had sealed Zhao Yiqiu's fate. Soon, the operation started. Su Pei rushed all the way back to the school. He tried contacting Zhao Yiqiu along the way but failed. Su Pei knew that Zhao Yiqiu was in danger. He only hoped that he was caught and not dead. Su Pei knew that he didn't have any time to waste. He rushed to the great hall where Li Lan was giving a lecture. The hall was crowded with people who he could ask help from. But Su Pei didn't trust anyone from the school now. Hence, he didn't create a huge commotion. He prepared to find a chance to get close to Li Lan. Then, he would tell him what had happened in the forest. Chapter 769. Final Attack. Su Pei wrote a message and secretly passed it to the youth who came with Li Lan. The youth looked at the message, and his expression immediately changed. He went on to the stage and whispered something to Li Lan. Then, he left. Li Lan continued smiling on stage, as if unaffected by the message. Do you guys mind if I go and have some water? I have been speaking for quite a while now. No problem. The scouts below shouted simultaneously. Li Lan's lecture was very interesting. Sometimes, he would talk about the funny things that happened at the 1st Men's Military Academy and the 23rd Division. All the scouts listened to him happily. In the past, Li Lan was just a legend of the Azure Central Scout Academy. He was someone their teachers always asked them to look up to. Now, Li Lan became a well-respected senior in the eyes of many, as he was no longer someone who only existed in their imagination. Many scouts had made a decision that day. No matter which academy they went to in the future, they would apply to the 23rd Division after they had graduated. They wanted to be in the same division as Li Lan. Also, there was Ling Zhao, the ultimate idol of the military. These two people made the scouts in the Azure Central Scout Academy even more curious about the 23rd Division. The moment Li Lan walked down the stage, he asked Li Shi to bring Su Pei to the side entrance of the stage situated outside the Great Hall. Su Pei quickly told Li Lan what had happened in the forest. Li Lan wasn't surprised, as he was already informed by Ling Lan. He lowered his voice and replied, "Don't worry, I'll contact my division immediately and ask them to send a rescue team." Su Pei nodded. He started to feel less worried. He knew that it was not possible to save Zhao Yiqiu with just themselves. They would not be able to win against frightening domain realm masters. Li Lan asked Su Pei to return to the Great Hall and wait for news. Then, he contacted the headquarters of the 23rd Division and told them what had happened. After he finished explaining everything, He went into a daze. Lisha didn't want to talk to his cousin, but he didn't like the hopeless expression on his face too. He thought for a while and finally said, "What happened?" "I can only report and not participate when I meet such a situation. I'm useless." Li Lan lowered his head and clenched his fist tightly. Why couldn't he catch up with him? He could only watch him fight alone. Lisha went silent for a few seconds. He said, "Be stronger then." Their boss's opponents were getting stronger, but they could only stand at the side and watch him. This sense of helplessness made them uncomfortable. "You will help me, right?" Li Lan looked at Lisha hopefully. Lisha turned and replied coldly, "I'm not helping you. I just can't bear to see our regiment commander standing alone." Li Lan smiled. His younger brother replied harshly, but he still had a soft heart. Li Lan was grateful. "Thank you, Shu." Lisha got a little furious. "I said I'm not helping because of you. It's for our regiment commander. Why are you thanking me?" He angrily returned to the Great Hall. He had not forgiven his eldest cousin brother yet. A thank you is not enough to buy him over. Boom! A loud noise was heard. A school building near them was smashed by something. The noise alerted all the students in the Great Hall, and they immediately rushed out of the Great Hall. "What happened?" "Ah, something seems to have smashed into the roof of that building." "What is it? What is happening?" Lisha silently moved beside Li Lan. He asked in a low voice, "What did you see?" "Ice." Li Lan replied with a stern face. He saw a glimpse of it. "You mean our boss?" Lisha was shocked. "Let's go and take a look." Li Lan moved his body and arrived at the building. "Wait." A teacher who had arrived before them shouted. Li Lan frowned. However, he didn't stop. "Teacher, what happened here?" "An unidentified object fell onto this building just now. We have made arrangements for someone to inspect the building, so don't go in first. We don't want to destroy the evidence left at the scene," the teacher replied seriously. Li Lan nodded. Lisha quickly pulled Li Lan. He didn't understand why Li Lan gave up so easily. Li Lan whispered, "With our boss's ability, he wouldn't be the one who got thrown there. It might be his opponent." Lisha was enlightened. To fight with their boss like that person must be a domain realm master. They would not be able to deal with him if they went in and got taken as hostages. Li Lan was thinking about the same thing, so he brought Lisha back. Since they couldn't help their boss, they must not create trouble for her. Soon, news came back that there was nothing there. The hole seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Many people saw the damaged terrain in the forest, arising a huge commotion in the academy. Many teachers turned serious. Damaging a terrain to this scale would definitely need a person who was much stronger than them. They were just at the Qijin stage. What could they do if they met a domain realm master? What on earth happened here? Who came to their school and created this mess? Li Lan looked at the debris in the forest. He thought for a moment and decided to send Ling Lan a message. If Ling Lan was safe, she should be able to receive his message. In her room, Ling Lan asked Little Four to message Li Lan immediately when Little Four told her that Li Lan was looking for her. If Li Lan looked for her at this time, it must be something important. This was why she went back to her room when she had the chance to. Li Lan was relieved to know that Ling Lan was safe. He told Ling Lan what Su Pei told him. Ling Lan frowned. She knew that she had saved Zhao Yiqiu. If Zhao Yiqiu was still not back, it must be because he met someone from the organization again. "Boss, what do we do now? Are we going there again?" Little Four asked. "Firstly, what is the plan of the Federation?" She had sent that information to the Federation already. By now, they should have started to move. Thus, it was not a good time for her to go out now. Additionally, Tang Ninu and Mukan were still here. She didn't know if they would suddenly look for her. Also, all the students and teachers in school were currently paying attention to the forest now. The organization should have realized the wood element titled Domain Realm Master was dead by now and would have strengthened their security. Ling Lan didn't want to expose herself in this mission. She didn't want to have anything to do with the Flying Dragon Special Forces and didn't want to endanger her comrades. The Azure Central Scout Academy was just the surface level of the organization. One could imagine how deep their hands had gotten into. As there was a half-step Imperial-level domain expert guarding the organization, there were also many fake domain realm masters who were created. This organization was too scary. If they knew that she was the person who leaked the information, she believed that this organization, which conducted human experiments and performed many illegal actions, would kill her comrades and everybody close to her. The order has been given. They will attack at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Little Four managed to decipher the message from the military headquarters quickly. There is less than 24 hours left. Let's see if Zhao Yiqiu is lucky enough. Zhao Yiqiu was an acquaintance of hers. She was not going to risk the safety of her friends just because of him. Time passed by slowly. The divisions that were based near Planet Azure sent their domain realm masters over. As time was tight, only less than 30 domain realm masters came. The commander-in-chief received intel that their opponent had a titled domain realm formidable warrior. Without one on their side, he could only be worried. He hoped that the intel he received was accurate, that the ice element titled domain realm formidable warrior was on their side and not just a passerby. Finally, the time for the attack came. When the Federation entered the grounds of the Azure Central Scout Academy, they realized that they were trapped in a difficult position. The Federation attacked suddenly, so they managed to catch their opponent off guard and controlled most of the school. However, the organization had made preparations for such situations. When they realized they were being attacked, the spies disguised as teachers from the organization kidnapped a portion of the students as their hostages. Coincidentally, the Special Class 2 was part of the hostages. The teachers who kidnapped the students were not Qijin masters, they were domain realm masters. Although they were fake domain realm masters, they overpowered the hostages using numbers. The domain realm masters from the Federation were not afraid of the fake domain realm masters, but they didn't dare to act rashly because of the hostages. The people in the headquarters received the news of the attack, so they quickly came out of the forest. Very soon, more than 30 fake domain realm masters had gathered together. The people from the military cursed when they saw the number of fake domain realm masters. They made it seem as though domain realm masters could be made in a factory. What would those domain realm masters who worked so hard to reach their current status think about this? Ling Lan squatted among the scouts while covering her head with her hands. Her entire body was trembling. Mu Kan couldn't bear to see him like this, so he comforted him. Little brother Xian, don't worry, we are here. Yes, don't worry, we will ensure your safety. Tang Ninu added on. If he could, he wished that Pei Xian would not experience these things. He didn't want to taint his pure heart. Ling Lan looked at them pitifully. Are we really fine? Tang Ninu and Mu Kan nodded at the same time. They comforted him with their gazes. Stop talking. If not, I will kill you all. The domain realm master heard the commotion there and threatened them. Ling Lan looked down hurriedly as if she was afraid her little life would be taken away. A killing intent flashed past Tang Ninu and Mu Kan's eyes. How dare he scare their little brother Xian? He is looking for death. Chapter 770. Wrong person. The organization asked the military to retreat out of the academy grounds. The military, of course, outrightly refused them. They prepared for so long and sacrifices so many soldiers in order to get evidence of their crime. How could they let these people escape just because of a few hundred hostages? The discussion came to a standstill. The leader of this bunch of kidnappers sent a weird look to his men. Ling Lan, Mu Kan, and Tang Ninu's heart stopped beating for a moment when they saw that look. They felt that something bad was going to happen soon. Sure enough, the fake domain realm masters grabbed the scouts beside them. The leader sneered at the commander-in-chief. You might be willing to talk after we show how serious we are here. The commander-in-chief's expression changed. He shouted angrily, "Stop it!" However, his shout was not enough to stop his opponent. The leader from the kidnappers raised his hand, and his subordinates all started to release their energy, getting ready to strangle the scouts to death. Bastards! The Federation's domain realm masters rushed forward furiously. However, the fake domain realm masters stopped them. The Federation's domain realm masters wouldn't be able to break through the fake domain realm masters' blockage and saved the suffocating scouts. Just as the scouts were about to die, Tang Ninu and Mu Kan looked at each other. and without any hesitation, they activated their domain. Lightning bolts and flames appeared from their bodies, attacking the fake Domain Realm Masters who were strangling the scouts to death. These fake Domain Realm Masters who were occupied with strangling the scout suddenly felt a sense of danger. They immediately threw away the scout in their hands and activated their domain, blocking Tang Ninuan Muken's attack. As for Ling Lan, the moment Tang Ninuan Muken acted, she used her spiritual power to send an order to Little White. Just after the fake Domain Realm Masters blocked Tang Ninuan Muken's attack, they heard a loud bang. The entire ground started shaking. The buildings at the side crumbled to the ground. Dust flew in the air, blocking everyone's vision. At that moment, multiple whips, tentacles, flailed across the sky. Then, they heard numerous slapping sounds with screams and shouts for help also ringing through the air. The military then saw the tentacles hurling numerous black balls at them at an insanely fast speed. One could hear screams of terror following the black balls. Is this an attack? The military was worried. They couldn't see what the creature looked like, but from afar, they could faintly make out its size. It was humongous. These experienced soldiers would not be able to resist an attack from it. The Domain Realm Masters, on the other hand, weren't scared of this huge creature. They could faintly see that those black balls it hurled at them were the hostages. No matter what this creature was, it was helping them. They quickly shouted, "Catch those people," as expected of soldiers. The moment they heard this order, they knew what to do. They acted quickly and split into teams of 3. When they saw someone falling close to the ground, they would dash in and catch that person. A while ago, they were hostages. Now, they were flying humans. The scouts couldn't control their emotions and started crying the moment they landed in the arms of the soldiers. They were not scared or surprised. They were just confused. The dust settled soon, and a big white circular creature was revealed among the hostages. Its tentacles flew everywhere. However, the Domain Realm Master could see that it was not flailing its tentacles wildly for no reason. It looked messy, but the creature only hit those fake Domain Realm Masters. As for the scouts, they were hurled to the military. The circular creature was big and had many tentacles. By the time the people from the organization realized what was happening, only Tang Ninuan Muken were left. Little White happily hurled one hostage after another. It reached out its tentacles and felt around. There was no one left. Little White realized that it threw all the hostages out already. Did it throw everyone? Huh? Little White suddenly widened its eyes and let out a screech of despair. The literal sound waves it produced caused everyone around it to kneel to the ground. Some scouts that were weaker got internally injured by the sound waves and vomited out blood. Even some Domain Realm Masters felt dizzy when they heard the screech. They had to activate their domain to block off the sound. Little White dazedly looked at the empty place. It was flabbergasted. It hugged its head with 2 tentacles in disbelief. It didn't notice that it threw its master out like a piece of rubbish. It threw the wrong person. It was dead. Little White was so frightened that it turned small and hid in a corner of the hole, trembling in fear. It would definitely be beaten up by its master. Sob. Can someone save me? I didn't do it on purpose. Without the hostages, the military could finally attack without any worry. A battle between Domain Realm Masters occurred. The scouts were able to spectate a domain battle, something they, by right, couldn't see this early in their life. This was a rare opportunity for them. Many students who were talented in physical skills received a lot of insights from this battle, thus improving their physical skills. A talented valedictorian set a greater goal for himself after watching this battle. In the future, this valedictorian became a Domain Realm Master. There were fewer Domain Realm Masters from the Federation, but the difference in strength caused them to subdue their opponents and take control of the situation. When Tang Nini killed his second Domain Realm Master, Muken had killed his second Domain Realm Master too. They looked around and realized that there were no more opponents around them. They exchanged glances with each other and nodded. Both of them wanted to go to the headquarters again. Tang Nina still brooded over the fact that he didn't manage to enter the headquarters yesterday. The headquarters boss was probably buying time for them to retreat by sending most of his men here. This time, He would not let them succeed. Mukan wanted to investigate the headquarters too. He still remembered Su Pei saying that Zhao Yiqiu was caught. Although he had sent a message to the military headquarters, they would not change their plan for an unimportant person like Zhao Yiqiu. Since they met and became classmates, Mukan didn't mind helping him along the way if he had a chance to. As the two of them were about to leave, Mukan saw something from the corner of his eye. He walked there and squatted down near the hole. He looked inside and picked up a trembling round little ball. Haha, the pet is the same as its master. His pet is so timid too. Mukan looked at the teary-eyed little white who was shivering in fear. He smiled. Suits him perfectly. Tang Nin smiled gently too. Chapter 771, Another look at the headquarters. Little brother Xiang should be safe, but he forgot his pet in all the chaos. Mukan guessed. Roar. Please tell my master that I didn't deliberately throw her. Little White looked at Mukan with a pitiful expression on its face, hoping that Mukan could help it explain to her master. Look how sad it looks. It's probably frightened. Don't be scared, I'll find your master for you in just a bit. Mukan pinched Little White's cheeks and comforted. Find my master? After hearing that, Little White jumped up and down frantically. Roar. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I will not go before my master assures me that she is not angry at me. You're excited because you know we're going to go look for you, master, right? Mukan laughed. But, we need to go to the headquarters first, so you'll just have to come with us. Right after Mukan finished speaking, he and Tang Nin moved out and quickly ran towards the headquarters in the center of the forest. Little White, who was being held by Mukan, suddenly remembered that yesterday, its master mentioned that she was going to go to the headquarters to save someone. Roar. Little White let out an agonized cry. Isn't it serving itself to its boss in a silver platter? If it could, it would definitely return to its original form and smash Mukan into a pancake. He wants me to suffer from master. Jerk, jerk, jerk. Unfortunately, his master did say that it couldn't use its original form without her permission. It knew that if its master caught it in its original form, it would live the rest of its days in fright, waiting for the punishment to come. If it was caught and exposed, then it would definitely become a dead Little White. Wah, wah, wah. Just you wait, Mukan. Little White sobbed and laid limply onto Mukan's palm. It waited in despair for its tragic end. Ling Lan deliberately let herself get hurled by Little White. After being saved by those soldiers, she followed the hostages to retreat to the back lines. However, when they retreated, she silently left the big group. That was because the place was in chaos and no one was keeping track of the number of hostages. Ling Lan's silent departure didn't attract any attention. In a few seconds, Ling Lan arrived at the entrance of the headquarters in the forest. Li Lan and Li Shu were already waiting there. From the beginning of the attack on the academy, Ling Lan had ordered Li Lan and Li Shu to hide in the forest during the chaos to monitor the situation of the base. How are things looking? Ling Lan walked beside the two of them and used spiritual power to communicate with Li Lan. Other than those fake domain realm masters who went to the academy, there weren't any others moving out of the headquarters. Li Lan told Ling Lan what they had seen. Hearing this, Ling Lan frowned. She knew that with the military attacking this academy, the headquarters only sent out a few fake domain realm masters to defend, and yet these people didn't use this chance to move the rest of their troops. This was clearly strange. Suddenly, Ling Lan's expression changed slightly after thinking of another possibility. Little 4, get me all of the surveillance footage of all the areas surrounding the Azure Central Scout Academy. See if any area suddenly had a large convoy or crowd moving through. The gate wasn't the only place they could escape from. Ling Lan actually didn't think of this possibility. Yes, boss. Right as Little 4 was about to connect to the surveillance equipment, he discovered that this forest was the same as the Li Mansion, not having any surveillance equipment. Little 4 immediately notified his boss of this situation. Enter the base. If they couldn't gain any information from the outside, Then they must go inside to investigate. Ling Lan decisively made this decision. Ling Lan made Li Lang and Li Sha stand guard outside. No one knew what the situation inside the headquarters was like. Ling Lan didn't want her comrades to be in unnecessary danger. Seeing Ling Lan entering the enemy's headquarters by herself, Li Lang, who had a war aura around him, suddenly became stone cold. This version Li Lang, or rather Li Mulan, was never before seen. Li Shu, who stood beside him, couldn't help but worry for his mental state. It's all right. One day, I'll be able to follow in his footsteps. Li Lan turned around and smiled at Li Shu. He would never give up on his goal. It was the same in the past, the present and the future. All right. Li Shu pretended to not be concerned, but he still couldn't help but say, I feel you're self-inflicting pain and suffering. A monstrosity like their boss was not someone who anyone could easily follow and become on par with. If I can't do that, how can I defy my fate? Li Lang raised his eyebrows. He never once thought that following in Ling Lan's footsteps was more difficult than changing his own fate. If he couldn't do that, then he shouldn't even consider trying to change his fate. Defy your fate? Li Shu was confused. It was the first time he heard his eldest cousin brother say something like that. Did he say it because of his weak and delicate body from the past? Li Shu felt that the situation wasn't as simple as he had previously thought. Is his eldest cousin brother still hiding something? Seeing a confused Li Shu, Li Lang smirked. At that moment, Tang Ninu and Mu Can also arrived. Here, Tang Ninu reached the entrance of the headquarters. The location of the headquarters was very intricate. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Ninu was given a map by his superiors, they may not be able to find it in a short amount of time. Currently, with all of the fake domain realm masters and guards being sent to intercept the military, the entrance was no longer guarded. This gate should be one of those high-tech password gates. Do you know the password? Mu Can inspected the gate, then turned around and asked Tang Ninu. No. Tang Ninu replied sharply. Then, how do we get in? Mu Can was dumbfounded. Purple lightning appeared and started buzzing around Tang Ninu's palm. He calmly said, by force. After saying that, a flash of purple lightning shot towards the gate. The gate was instantly melted into a pile of mush and could no longer be used as a gate. Seeing this, Mu Can rubbed his nose and said, very forceful indeed. He suddenly opened his hand and a fire dragon flew out from it. The fire dragon wrapped around the mush and boiled it until its gaseous state. After getting rid of the gate, it revealed a bottomless hole. Tang Ninu and Mu Can looked at each other, then both of them jumped down one after the other. After landing at the bottom, Mu Can and Tang Ninu knew that they were around a few hundred meters deep based on how long it took for them to land. What they first saw was a wide corridor, but it wasn't as dark as one would think, being in a tunnel hundreds of meters deep, as there were lights for every 3 steps that they took, which lit up the entire corridor. If there were guards in this corridor, even if there were only one for every 50 meters, they would still be discovered the moment they entered it. However, currently, there weren't any guards in the corridor. They were probably all intercepting the military. This made it easier for them to move about and not worry about being attacked. The two of them didn't slow down and quickly ran across the corridor. Once they got out of the corridor, they saw large headquarters. No one knew how this unknown organization managed to build such a large headquarters under the forest. Even these two from the Flying Dragon Special Forces couldn't help but be in awe of this organization's achievements. However, this large headquarters, which was originally orderly, was now chaotic. People there were like headless flies, running around aimlessly without a supervisor in sight. Tang Ninu seemed to have realized something and shouted, "Not good." "What's wrong?" Tang Ninu made Mu Can jump up in fright. "This headquarters has another exit," Tang Ninu said with certainty. "That's impossible. We received information that there's only one." Mu Can couldn't believe it. "I speculate that the exit is only known to a few." "No, maybe only the boss of this headquarters knows where it is." Tang Ninu smiled bitterly. "In other words, they gave up their lives to keep their boss safe?" Mu Can said confusedly. "Looks like that's the case. Those in the academy area, along with these people in the base, are people that have been abandoned. Once the military breaks into this headquarters, These people will be sitting ducks. Why don't they just leave the headquarters? If they didn't know about the other exit, couldn't they just leave with the gate the two of them came in from? It's possible that they don't even know they have been discovered, Tang Ninu said calmly. This is an enclosed space, so they can't contact the outside world. This was why they couldn't get hackers to find the location of the headquarters and could only use spies that only had results popping up after 3 years. The reason for the chaos is probably because they can't find the person in charge. I guess they could already tell that there is something going on. However, the enclosed lifestyle made them react much slower, Tang Ninu continued. However, even though they are very slow on the uptake, they will soon escape from the place we entered from. Mu Ken smirked. Looks like we came right on time. We have to stop these people from leaving. I can handle it myself. Shouldn't you be finding someone? When they were coming here, Mu Ken talked about Zhao Yuqiu's situation. Alright, I'm going to go find him. Just call me if you can't handle them. Mu Ken went to find Zhao Yuqiu right as Tang Ninu was about to stop people from escaping. Little Four, who had already took control of the headquarters, gave an order in the voice of their boss under Ling Lan's command. After completing that, he then had the time to tell his boss that her 2 roommates had arrived. If they're here, then that means the military will be here soon as well. Little Four, did you find the second exit? Ling Lan target was the second exit. Boss, I found it, but that exit can no longer be used. Little Four told Ling Lan the bad news. What happened? Asked Ling Lan. When they left, they destroyed the passage, said Little Four. They're getting away just like that? Ling Lan was in dismay. Ever since she discovered what this organization had done, Ling Lan had decided that she wouldn't let them go no matter what. Maybe not. Aha, I found their location. Little Four expanded the map of the Azure Central Scout Academy by a few 100-yard radius in Ling Lan's mind space. There was a red dot blinking on one spot of the map. The exit is there. They're still packing something and haven't left yet. Good job, Little Four. Ling Lan finally smiled slightly. Then, she disappeared into the mist and began to move about. She had to get there. Little Four, give Mu Ken some hints to let him find Zhao Yuqiu quicker. After saying that, Ling Lan completely disappeared. Chapter 772. No effort required. After taking control of the headquarters, Little Four quickly found the lucky Zhao Yuqiu, as he was only just tossed into a room and unconscious. Tang Ninu and Mu Ken split the workload. Tang Ninu guarded the corridor to make sure those in the headquarters didn't escape before the military arrived, while Mu Ken silently went deeper into the headquarters to look for Zhao Yuqiu. However, a sudden change surprised the two of them greatly. The originally chaotic and panic-filled headquarters slowly became orderly. This made Tang Ninu, who was guarding the corridor, suspect that something was off. Could it be that their guess was off? Is the boss of the headquarters still supervising the headquarters? Seeing this change, Mu Ken also became more cautious. He didn't want to get trapped in this headquarters before he could save Zhao Yuqiu. He had already personally experienced a titled Domain Realm Master's terrifying capabilities. If that titled Domain Realm Master was in the headquarters, or perhaps there were similar level experts within the headquarters, he probably wouldn't be able to stall them until the military arrived. Mu Ken hid within the darkness. Right when he was thinking about how he would find Zhao Yuqiu, 2 staff members of the headquarters suddenly walked past him. They spoke softly as they walked past him. That's odd. Why would the higher-ups order us to move the material in room Q1 to room F7? Normally, a material would only be moved from a room if the modifications were successful or a complete failure. Otherwise, the material would be left in the room for its entire life. That's enough. Don't say any more. Ever since yesterday afternoon, the orders from the higher-ups began to be confusing. Now we're only changing the room of a material. There's nothing weird about that, said the other staff member nonchalantly. Do you think something happened? Ever since yesterday afternoon, the orders of the higher-ups seemed to be extremely odd. The lower-ranked staff members could feel something was in the air, and also began to suspect whether something had happened to the headquarters. Who knows? The other staff member said dazedly. Sigh. The two of them sighed and shook their heads as they walked towards room Q1. They were all at the bottom of the chain of command. When the higher-ups were still in the headquarters, they didn't have a chance to run even if they wanted to. They could only obey the orders given to them. After hearing the conversation between the two of them, Mukan suddenly had a thought, and he followed behind them. Since he didn't have any idea where to look for Zhao Yiqiu, he should follow them. Maybe he could find more clues. Room Q1 was somewhat far away. Mukan carefully hid from everyone he had encountered along the way and finally arrived at the so-called Room Q1 mentioned by the two staff members. Room Q1 was actually the first room in a long corridor of rooms. The rooms all had Q in their names. Each room's design was very simple and crude. All the room just had one bed, a dresser and a tiny washroom. The two staff members used some equipment to open the door. Behind the door, an unconscious person was lying on the bed. Right as the two of them were about to lift up that person, Mukan saw the familiar scout uniform and had a thought. Bam, bam. Mukan instantly knocked out the two staff members. Mukan carefully used the equipment in their hands to close the door of the room. Then, he walked towards the bed and smiled. That was really easy, no effort required. It turns out, it was Zhao Yiqiu who was lying on the bed. Mukan quickly checked around and instantly let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Yiqiu was only tranquilized and wasn't injured. Soldiers on missions always had life-saving medicinal agents on them. Mukan quickly took out a vial of medicinal agent and made Zhao Yiqiu gulp it down. Not long after, Zhao Yiqiu began to slowly open his eyes. After seeing Mukan's face, he was instantly surprised and almost shouted. However, he quickly reacted and softly said, "Meng Sharon, you got captured as well?" Mukan glared at him. "You're the one who got captured. I am here to rescue you." "Just yourself?" Zhao Yiqiu instantly became nervous. "Do you want to die? There are domain realm masters here." "Don't worry. The troops the military sent will be here soon. We just need to wait until then." Mukan didn't want to explain that he was a domain realm master. He only told Zhao Yiqiu that they were going to be safe soon. Zhao Yiqiu was a smart person and immediately said, "You're a soldier." He thought of their current situation and said, "You're here to investigate the organization, right?" Zhao Yiqiu didn't wait for Mukan to answer and said angrily, "SHT. We really have been harmed by this organization. You don't know, the Zhao family." "Stop, Su Pei already told me." Mukan's lips twitched. He didn't think that Zhao Yiqiu was actually the talkative type. He hated being with talkative types. "Ah, Su Pei. Oh, is Su Pei alright?" Zhao Yiqiu immediately asked as he was reminded by Mukan about Su Pei who had tried to escape with him. "He's luckier than you, and has returned safely," Mukan replied. In reality, he wanted to save Zhao Yiqiu not just because of Su Pei's request. It was because in the forest he had chosen to save Su Pei and not Zhao Yiqiu. Although he was forced to do so, he still felt that he did Zhao Yiqiu wrong. "That's good." Zhao Yiqiu let out a sigh of relief and was happy that Su Pei was able to safely escape. Then, he looked at the monotone room surrounding him and smiled bitterly. "Unfortunately, we don't know when we can leave this god-forsaken place." Bang! Suddenly, a loud quaking sound made Zhao Yiqiu, who hadn't completely recovered, almost roll off the bed. Mukan smirked slightly. "It seems the military is here." It seemed that those fake domain realm masters have already been taken care of by the military. After hearing this news while trying to balance his body, Zhao Yiqiu's eyes brightened. "Are we saved?" "That's definitely the case. You wait here, I'm going to see what's happening outside." Mukan opened the door and ran out. The door closed once again and the room became silent. At that moment, Zhao Yiqiu had a big smile on his face. He softly said, "Mukan, Tang Ninu, I look forward in becoming your comrades." Ling Lan, who turned into mist, went past Tang Ninu and returned to the surface. Tang Ninu frowned and looked back at the empty corridor behind him. He didn't know why, but he felt as though something had gone past him just now. If it was possible, he wanted to activate his domain to lock down the area, but unfortunately his domain was too loud. Plus, The military hadn't arrived yet. He also didn't know whether there were any hidden experts within the headquarters, making Tang Nina not dare to expose himself. It's probably nothing. Only titled domain realm masters can silently leave under my watchful eyes. If there were titled domain realm masters in the headquarters, how could they let an invader like me come in? Tang Nina thought that it wasn't possible, so he tossed aside the odd feeling he had. Chapter 773, The Bigger Pot. After Ling Lan arrived on the surface, she led Li Lang and Li Sha back to the Azure Central Scout Academy. What's the situation down there? Li Lang asked. It was as expected. Everyone important has escaped through another exit, and they destroyed the exit after they left. Ling Lan replied in a concise manner. Then, she asked, have they all arrived? She originally wanted to just spectate in the back lines, but now it seemed like she actually had a chance to benefit off this altercation. Everyone's here, and they're all getting ready to let loose, smiled Li Lang. Tell them to come to this set of coordinates. Ling Lan sent Li Lang the coordinates Little Four had given her to let him arrange everything immediately. This is a great chance to get military merits, but the opponents are very strong, so tell them to be careful. There was also something Ling Lan hadn't mentioned yet, and it was the fact that they were going to fight fake domain realm masters, Qi Long, Luo Lang and Ziyi, who were all stuck at the optimal peak grade perfection of Qi Jin for a long time, would definitely benefit from fighting with these fake domain masters. Ling Lan was currently too strong to be their sparring partner, so she could no longer spar with them to help improve. It was even possible that sparring with her would actually be detrimental to their physical skills progress. If by any chance she pressured them too hard, forcing Qi Long and the others walk down Qiao Ting's path, then it wouldn't be the best for them, as they wouldn't advance naturally to the domain stage. This was why Ling Lan would only watch on as Qi Long and the others become frustrated at the fact that they were stuck at the optimal peak grade perfection of Qi Jin. She originally thought that she could only wait for her comrades to naturally advance to the domain stage, but she didn't think that the mission she randomly received allowed her to see an opportunity. The fake domain realm masters. Fake domain realm masters only had a quarter of the power of a real domain realm masters. These fake domain realm master could defeat Qi Jin experts, but because of their flaws in their domain, they wouldn't be able to outrightly dominate them. Thus, this was Qi Long and the others' opportunity. As long as they could endure the pressure of fighting against a fake domain realm master, they would be able to understand the concept of a domain. Once they gain an understanding and break through their Qi Jin's barriers, they would not be too far off from advancing to the domain stage. This was why she asked Li Lang to get Qi Long, Luo Lang and Ziyi to come here as soon as possible. Li Lang immediately notified their three comrades who had waited for a long time. Oh yeah, the military headquarters is also sending their people here. Li Lang told Ling Lan the information he had received. Who? Ling Lan's heart dropped. Is her father coming out again? Someone we're very familiar with. Staff Officer He Xiuyang. Li Lang cracked a smile. He and Han Jijian had battled with He Xiuyang a few times for some clan resources. Both sides had wins and losses. Every time He Xiuyang saw the two of them, his head would suffer from painful headaches. Li Lang hoped that he didn't hate them too much. Ling Lan smirked. Looks like the 23rd Division also wants to reap benefits from this mission. Since this mission was given to you accidentally, General Ling Zhao would definitely not give up on such a good opportunity. Li Lang said softly. The 23rd Division is a new division. All of its achievements are not noteworthy. If they want to gain more say in the military, then they must have achievements that the military cannot dismiss easily, and this mission is very important for the military, so if that's the case, then we're not enough. Ling Lan only wanted Qi Long and the other two to benefit, and she didn't think as far as Ling Zhao. Now that she thought about it, with just a few of them, they probably wouldn't be able to completely take over everything. Don't worry. There are a few domain realm masters from the 23rd Division who are coming with Staff Officer He. Li Lang didn't think that General Ling Zhao would be so daring that he would disregard the military's order to gather, and instead order the domain realm masters under him to wait for a chance to strike. You either don't do it or take the bigger pot. Ling Lan immediately understood what Ling Zhao was planning. If the 23rd Division's domain realm masters obeyed the military's orders to gather for this mission, they would only be awarded with the standard amount of military merit upon successful completion. If they weren't successful, the 23rd Division, a division with very few resources, wouldn't be able to afford to spare these domain realm masters. Of course, if Ling Zhao discovered that other force joined in, completely reversing the situation, he would order his generals to help out in the time of crisis. Then, the amount of merits awarded would be very different. Of course, if the military's domain realm masters could handle this mission by themselves, Ling Zhao would give up the merits of this mission. It was just as Ling Lan had said. Ling Zhao was either going to do it and not want anything, or do it and take the bigger pot to reap more benefits. My father isn't as perfect as you think. Ling Lan gave a friendly reminder to Li Lan. She thought of how the people see Ling Zhao as the perfect soldier, the face of justice. She couldn't help but sigh. Only she knew that Ling Zhao also had his own agenda and was definitely not as perfect as people thought. I know, that's why I admire General Ling Zhao. Li Lan replied earnestly. If Ling Zhao was a real saint, Li Lan wouldn't be admiring him that much. Right at that moment, the military had already taken control of the entire academy area. There were only a few fake domain realm masters from the unknown organization who were still fighting with the military. Ling Lan predicted that soon, the military would finish the battle and attack the headquarters in the forest. While everyone's attention was on the domain realm masters in the battle, Ling Lan led Li Lan and Li Shu out of the Azure Central Academy silently and went towards the direction the higher-ups of the organization retreated towards. Qilong's group of 3 had already reached the location where the coordinates their boss had given them were indicating, but this location was quite close to where the retreating organization was currently at, so Ling Lan didn't want Qilong and the other to fight them head-on without waiting for her first. In order to make sure no one notices them, Ling Lan's gathering spot was a remote path with lush trees on both sides, where elders would only pass by in the morning. When Ling Lan appeared, Qilong instantly excitedly called out, "Boss, is everything ready?" Ling Lan asked. "Of course." Qilong cracked his knuckles. Luo Ling was also excited and his face heat up until it was a beautiful blush red color, making Ling Lan understand what it really meant to be blindingly beautiful. Ziyi on the other hand, just stood there calmly. Although he didn't say anything, one could still tell from his clenched fists that his fighting spirit was at its peak. "Regiment Commander Ling, it's been a long time." He Xueyang, who was awkwardly standing beside Qilong, and was thinking that Ling Lan would greet him first, said in dismay. "Young Master Lan, how could you ignore me?" He Xueyang cried on the inside. "Staff officer He, it has indeed been a long time. Your body seems to be stronger than before." Ling Lan said nonchalantly. What does young Master Lan mean by that? He Xueyang thought about the meaning behind Ling Lan's words. Then, he saw a few domain realm masters' lips moving slightly, as if they were trying to endure something. He suddenly realized, SHT. Young Master Lan is saying he is fat. Regiment Commander Ling. Staff officer He felt hurt. He looked at Ling Lan with a depressed expression as if to blame Ling Lan for his sadness. Him becoming fat was because Ling Zhao threw him most of his work, thus not allowing him to have the time to exercise. What are the orders? Ling Lan ignored He Xueyang's expression and asked coldly. Not fun at all. He Xueyang replied with disinterest. The general gave us an order. Everything is under Regiment Commander Ling's command. After hearing that, the domain realm masters that came with He Xueyang had confused expressions on their faces. They originally thought that He Xueyang, the staff officer, would be the one commanding them. They didn't think that it was actually going to be this young Mecha Clan regiment commander. However, those who were sent out by Ling Zhao were all Ling Zhao's confidants. So the domain realm masters didn't have any gripe with the decision. If General Ling Zhao made the decision, Then he definitely must have his reasons. Ling Lan didn't decline and immediately explained the situation to the Domain Realm Masters. After hearing that the enemy might have titled Domain Realm Masters in their group, the Domain Realm Masters all had serious expressions on their faces. One of them said, "If they still have titled Domain Realm Masters, then we probably won't be able to handle it." When it comes to the domain stage, the difference in domain strength could not be overcome with numbers. It's alright, if there are any titled Domain Realm Masters, I can handle them, Ling Lan said calmly. Ling Lan's words made the Domain Realm Masters widen their eyes. They knew that the person in front of them was definitely not a dumb and naive youngster. If Ling Zhao trusted him, he wouldn't joke with them about that, as his life was on the line too. Thus his words meant that he could definitely hold control of the situation. Could this very young man be a Domain Realm Master, and also reach the level of being a titled Domain Realm Master? He Xiuyang was satisfied. Before coming here, he was informed that young Master Lan had already reached the capabilities of a titled Domain Realm Master, which had frightened him greatly. Now, there were finally people who were also frightened by that fact. Indeed, Regiment Commander Ling already has the strength of a titled Domain Realm Master. He Xiuyang made certain of their guesses. Ling Lan looked at He Xiuyang. It seemed that He Xiuyang managed to get past Ling Zhao's test and finally acquired Ling Zhao's trust. Since everyone is clear on the mission, let's move out. Right as Ling Lan finished speaking, she completely disappeared. The Domain Realm Masters looked at each other. Just then, they felt Ling Lan's domain energy. Shockingly, this young regiment commander was already a Domain Realm Master. After mulling over that, they followed suit and also disappeared. Staff Officer He, we're leaving now. Qilong and the other two waved towards He Xiuyang, and also left the scene. Right as Li Lan was about to follow them, Li Shi grabbed him. It's too dangerous there. Li Milan had only reached peak stage of Qijin, so he was not fit to join them. Li Lan slowly pushed away Li Shi's hand and softly said, "If I back out now, then I would never be able to follow them in my lifetime." Li Shi wanted to say more, but Li Lan didn't give him another chance, and he left without hesitation. Li Shi stomped his feet and bit his lip before he followed behind his eldest cousin brother. He couldn't just watch silently as his eldest cousin brother put himself in danger. Domain battles were not something they could participate in. Chapter 774, Private Manor. Their destination was a private manor. The entrance of the manor had a few manifestation stage guards patrolling around it. Everything seemed similar to a manor of a rich merchant. Ling Lan and the others didn't think that it was odd. If the organization was to have the exit lead them to a crowded area or perhaps a normal residential area, then that would be considered odd. A private manor could completely cover up everything that they were going to do. "Boss, I found the information." This private manor was purchased by a foreign merchant with the surname Zhu. Little Four quickly acquired the information of the private manor. "You can't find any dirt on him, right?" Ling Lan asked calmly. "How did you know that, boss?" Little Four was surprised. He indeed didn't find any useful information, so he used all of his efforts to try to find some dirt on the owner of the manor. He even gone through all of his ancestors. Unfortunately, it was just as his boss had said, there was nothing wrong with it at all. If they were to screw up that easily, then the military wouldn't have such a headache with this organization, and used almost half of the entire Federation's military power just to find some clues. Even so, in the few years that ensued, they still couldn't even find the tail of the organization. So I knew that this faction's background wasn't that simple. It's possible that this manor's owner is used as a cover-up. If we look for them there, we would definitely not be able to find them. This was why Ling Lan didn't want to expose herself. With her current capabilities, she still couldn't go against them head-to-head. Then, would it be too troublesome for us to wrap around them? After being trained by Ling Lan, Little Four no longer had a one-thought mind. His brain worked very fast and immediately thought of this problem. He didn't want his boss to be in a sticky situation. Since our father made the decision, then he probably already has a foolproof plan. Ling Lan trusted that if Ling Zhao went ahead with this plan, Then he must have already prepared their plan for retreat. It was just that Ling Lan's didn't know Ling Zhao's entire plan. She could guess parts of Ling Zhao's plan and could not completely guess it. However, that was fine. She couldn't see the plan now, but it didn't mean that she wouldn't be able to do it in the future. Although Ling Lan trusted her father, she still didn't like the feeling of anxiousness that would come up when she couldn't control the situation. Ling Lan carefully examined the inner parts of the manor, and felt a few strong auras within it. As expected, there were a few strong domain realm masters within the group who had retreated. Luckily, there wasn't anyone as strong as the wood element titled Domain Realm Master. Ling Lan also discovered that not only were there fake Domain Realm Masters, but also many actual Domain Realm Masters. Ling Lan finally had a grasp of the situation. The strength of Domain Realm Masters in the manor compared to her group of Domain Realm Masters were around the same level, so it wasn't impossible for her group to completely devour the opposition. Since there wasn't a really difficult opponent, Ling Lan decisively waved towards Qilong, Luolang and Ziyi, telling them to move in. Qilong and the other two moved stealthily into the guardhouse without hesitation. They instantly struck down the group of guards, who hadn't noticed anything. The three of them were decisive, ruthless and didn't give the guards any chance to react. They took care of the guards and didn't alert anyone else in the manor. The 5 Domain Realm Masters behind Ling Lan couldn't help but nod at Qilong and the others' decisiveness. Ling Lan nodded towards the 5 Domain Realm Masters and then led them through the gate. What they saw a large green forest surrounding a beautiful westernized white manor. At that moment, the plaza of the manor already had many hover trucks of different sizes parked there. Many people could be seen desperately trying to quickly load things into the trucks as if their lives depended on it. It seemed that, while they were retreating, they wanted to also take some precious resources. It was because of this that allowed Ling Lan and the others to catch up to them. They were almost done loading the supplies on the hover trucks. Seeing this, Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and held out her right. She then pointed straight at the hover truck in front of her. In response, the 5 Domain Realm Masters all looked at each other. One of them nodded and vanished in the next second. Almost instantaneously, that Domain Realm Master appeared on top of one of the roofs of the hover trucks. He then performed a pushing down, creating a strong force that was pushing everyone at the scene down, freezing everyone. Impudent! An angry shout came from inside the manor. Rocks from all directions suddenly flew towards the Domain Realm Master who was on the roof of the truck. Seeing that, the 23rd Division's Domain Realm Master snorted coldly. As the rocks were about to reach half a meter in distance of him, a flash of light went by, knocking the rocks back to where they came from. Suddenly, a white-haired elder flew out from the manor. When he landed, he saw the Domain Realm Master on the hover truck, and he instantly narrowed his eyes. "Who are you? Do you not know that this is a private area? We're looking for you. You dared to break the laws of the Federation. Even if you wear the skin of a human, I will still peel it off of you." This Domain Realm Master from the 23rd Division was a middle-aged muscular man. Before Ling Zhao sent him here, Ling Zhao had already told him about all the laws this organization had broken, so the middle-aged man already hated them to the bone. Thus, he did not care about propriety and leak out the killing intent in his words. After hearing that, the elder knew they had been exposed. He cried out loudly and flew up into the air with a fist coming towards the middle-aged man. This wasn't a battle of physical skills, but rather a battle of domain. After his fist was sent out, it turned into a 1,000-ton stone and flew towards the middle-aged Domain Realm Master from the 23rd Division. The middle-aged man pulled his hand back and a light appeared in the place where his hand was. Then, he slowly pushed the light out with his hand. Bang! A loud bang sounded. The large stone was stuck in midair and didn't continue to forward. The elder's expression froze. He saw a flash of light flashing under him and said, "A light elemental domain." It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which was when the sun was the most bright, empowering his domain even further, while the elder was at a disadvantage as the surrounding areas were all grassy fields, with only a small amount of the stone element. The only stone element source that could help him was the manor behind him. However, he wasn't the only one in this battle. A flash-killing intent went past the elder's eyes. Suddenly, stone walls were erected at the four sides, forming a square cage, boxing the both of them. He then began to go at his opponent from all sides. Bang, 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 bang. 4 flashes of light appeared and guarded against the 4-prong pillar attack from the walls. The two of them began to fight using their domain to see who would last longer. Right at that moment, a silhouette appeared above the middle-aged man. A sharp sword came from the heavens and ruthlessly went for the middle-aged man's head. The man was completely focused on fighting elders, so he couldn't do anything about it. Right as he was about to lose his life, a water whip suddenly appeared and wrapped around the sharp sword. The water whip pulled on the sword and also pulled out the person who performed the sneak attack. At that moment, a middle-aged man with an elegant aura appeared at the scene. He spoke to the assassin, "If you need an opponent, then I can fight with you." Chapter 775, Reaper. "Who are you people? Aren't people the Federation sent still at the academy?" the assassin asked with a fearful expression on his face. They clearly had lured all of the troops the military had sent. Why are there still domain realm masters here? Is there a traitor among them? The Huaxia Federation have had the 36 stratagems since ancient times. Have you not heard of it before? The elegant middle-aged man replied with a smile. "Make a sound in the east, then strike in the west." The assassin said begrudgingly, "Looks like you've researched the treasures of our ancestors very well. Since you were guarded against the attack on the academy, then we, of course, will make a sound in the east, and then strike in the west." The elegant middle-aged man was still smiling warmly as if he was a teacher patiently answering his students' elementary questions. This attitude was undoubtedly to mock these people. The assassin didn't want to say any more, as another question would undoubtedly lead to another insulting reply. Another sharp blade suddenly appeared in his other hand. With both swords in his hands, he ruthlessly pounced towards the elegant middle-aged man with a heavy piercing attack. In actuality, there wasn't only just one assassin. 2 other assassins did appear, but it was just that they were intercepted by the 2 older domain realm masters who came with Ling Lan. Currently, there was only one domain realm master that stayed beside Ling Lan, but not for long, as Ling Lan could feel another 3 stronger forces of presence in the manor. In the next second, 4 domain realm masters suddenly flew out from the manor. Their auras were weaker compared to those who came out in the beginning. The last domain realm master beside Ling Lan frowned as he was surprised by the number of domain realm masters that were coming out of the manor. Although he could stand his ground if they were to fight him one after another, but the outcome of the battle would be very different if they were to attack together. Right as he was about to intercept them, Ling Lan reached out her hand and pressed down on his shoulder. This domain realm master had a shocked expression on his face. In the eyes of the others, Ling Lan had stopped him just before he had moved, but this domain realm master knew he had already moved. It was just that in the moment he moved, he was easily forced down by Ling Lan's hand, forcibly removing his momentum. "Are titled domain realm masters this strong?" This domain realm master started suspecting something was off. Although titled domain realm masters were stronger than them by 1 stage, they were definitely not strong enough to instantly stop them from moving. Who was this regiment commander Ling? Maybe he just looked young, but was actually a 100-old demon. While this domain realm master was still in deep thought about Ling Lan's age, Ling Lan looked towards Qi Long, Luolang and Ziyi, and nodded to gesture to them that they could go in. The 3 of them went in without any hesitation. It was just that there were 4 fake domain realm masters and they only had 3 people, so someone needed to fight against 2 of them. Seeing this, Qi Long bit his lip and decided to take the harder challenge himself. Out of the 3 of them, he was the strongest. Thus, only he had hopes of defending against attacks from 2 opponents for 1 or 2 rounds. If it was Luolang or Ziyi, they would probably just lose in 1 hit. Suddenly, Ling Lan reached her hand out and grabbed someone behind her. Then, a silhouette could be seen flying straight into the battlefield and landing in front of one of the fake domain realm masters. "If you're not afraid to follow us, then you must have the resolve to die." Ling Lan's cold and heartless voice rang through Li Lan's ears. Although Ling Lan was being cold and heartless, Li Lan was not in low spirits. Instead, he was overjoyed. Li Lan knew Ling Lan really well. If he didn't have any hopes of winning against a fake domain realm master, Ling Lan would never let him go into battlefield and would also not say something like that. This meant that, even if there was a small chance, Ling Lan was still willing to believe that he would be able to find his way and become a domain realm master. A man will die for anyone who recognizes his potential. Li Lan finally understood the deeper meaning of those words. It was his life worth of luck that allowed him to have Ling Lan in his life. Li Lan suppressed his emotions and concentrated on the opponent standing in front of him. The only way he could repay Ling Lan was to make sure the trust that was given him didn't go to waste. He must use this experience to understand the rules of the domain stage and become a domain realm master. That's right. Even though Li Lan had only reached the peak stage of Qijin and hadn't reached great perfection yet, he could still clearly feel a shapeless barrier that was halting his advancement. It appeared after his spiritual power was quelled by Ling Lan. As time went on, this feeling became even clearer. He didn't know why his situation was different from the others, as they could only feel the barrier after reaching great perfection. He didn't know whether it was a good or bad thing, and was clueless on what to do. He originally wanted to ask Ling Lan after the mission, but after hearing there were fake domain realm masters and Ling Lan telling him to contact Qi Long, Luo Lang and Ziyi, the intelligent Li Lan knew what Ling Lan was planning. Ling Lan was creating an opportunity for the three of them to advance to the domain stage. After understanding this, Li Lan was really tempted to join. He didn't want to be left behind by Ling Lan and lose to Ling Lan's comrades. He wanted to follow in Ling Lan's footsteps, so he couldn't let others advance before he did. This was also the reason why he wanted to come here. Bam. 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 On the other side, Qi Long and the other two have already begun their battles with the fake domain realm masters. They originally thought they would be severely injured in one hit, but their current situation was that they were just slightly injured. This made them realize that these domain realm masters were not on the same level as their boss. After gaining more confidence from their continuous successive defense, Qi Long and the other two became wilder as the battle went on. The three of them were the type of people who don't care about their lives. Once they got used to the pace of the battle, unless they die, they wouldn't stop fighting. Just like that, they were continuously struck down by their opponents, but would always rebound back up and continue fighting like elastic bands. This made the three domain realm masters feel extremely amused by their hilarious acts, but as time went on, they began to become irritated. They originally thought that they were just Qijin stage ants who were performing a hilarious act without a care for their lives, and that it would only take a few hits until they die. However, after more than a dozen rounds, these three people were still full of vigor. Every hit caused them to spit out blood as if they were about to die. However, they didn't know what type of medicinal agents they did consume for them to be constantly full of vigor. In the end, they were actually held back by three Qijin ants, blocking them off to the side so they couldn't help the guests of their manor. They seemed to feel the watchful eyes that were filled with mockery coming from inside manor that were watching their battle. Their boss must definitely feel that they were losing face for the organization. Everything they had were given by the organization. If the organization abandoned them, the three of them suddenly felt a chill in the air. They didn't want to become materials and die in the laboratory. With that crisis in mind, they finally activated their strongest domain techniques. A sand element domain realm master was facing Luo Lang. A sand dragon appeared out of midair. Seeing the sand dragon, Luo Lang's wild expression suddenly became calm. He transformed from being a berserk beauty to a beauty that was as cold as ice. A wind element domain realm master, who loved close-range combat, was facing Qi Long. There were shapeless wind blades all around him with attacks that were undetectable by the naked eye. In actuality, Qi Long was in the most danger, but his smile was becoming wider and wider. It was as though he didn't care about his life. On Ziyi's side, A paper world had manifested. Layers and layers of paper started surrounding Ziyi and the paper element domain realm master. In the end, it became a sphere made of paper, trapping Ziyi and the paper domain realm master within it. Qilong, Luoleng and Ziyi had all reached the point where they had to fight for their lives. However, Li Lan's situation was even worse than theirs. With weaker physical skills, he could only be pushed back without any chance to counterattack. If it wasn't for Li's medicinal agents, Li Lan probably would have not been able to get up a long time ago. However, even with the medicinal agents, Li Lan was still not in a good state. Even though he didn't die, he almost there. He was continuously spitting out blood from the hits his opponent was sending his way. The domain realm master beside Ling Lan saw this and narrowed his eyes. His body moved unconsciously with the thought of helping them, but he resisted the urge in the end. He looked at the cold, heartless and unmoving Ling Lan. He didn't know what Ling Lan was thinking. Is he not doing anything because his comrades didn't listen to his orders and came here on their own accord? So even if they were about to die on the battlefield, she wouldn't make any moves just because it was their fault to begin with. Li Lan, if you insist on following us, and die because of that, I will look down on you forever. Li Lan, who was somewhat in a dazed state, suddenly had Ling Lan's cold voice rang through his mindscape. No, no, I don't want that. Anyone can look down on him, but Rabbit definitely cannot. Li Lan returned back to consciousness. What he first saw was his opponent activating his domain. His opponent was actually a gold element domain realm master. The surrounding area was filled with thin gold needles. In the next second, these gold needles would make Li Lan into a porcupine. His physical skills on paper was only short of Qilong and the others by a small stage, but the difference in battle was so great. They could still endure in the fight, but Li Lan could only watch as he gets beaten up. SHT Li Lan cried out internally. If this was the virtual world, no one would be able to bully him like this. In there, he was the Reaper who had control over life and death in the virtual world. If we are in the virtual world, I will just need one thought to kill them. One thought. Li Lan, now full of wounds across his body, had blood running down his forehead like a fountain into his eyes, reddening his originally dark eyes. Now, he saw everything in a shade of red. Everyone was in a blood red color. Just like that, the people who he wanted to kill turned blood red. After losing too much blood, Li Lan's consciousness wavered once again, making him feel that he had entered the virtual world. Thousand Needle Rain. Every gold needle went towards Li Lan. Ling Lan clenched her hand and trembled slightly, but she suddenly had a stunned expression on her face. She didn't think that Li Lan's domain was like that. You want to kill me? Li Lan smirked with hint of mockery. You actually dare to defy a Reaper? Then, you must know that the Reaper will take your life. Li Lan's entire force of presence changed. The space around him became twisted and a strong force started to suck in everything around him. Li Lan slowly raised his right hand and a black Reaper scythe slowly manifested in it.